Hi, team. Welcome back again.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me now?
We have some issue with the return. You cannot.
I can hear you.
Um,
Can you hear me yet?
Probably doesn't help, but I can hear you, Tim.
Yeah, I think it's the on-site audio.
Yeah.
Hi, team. I think that you can start your presentation. I don't know if you can see the room.
I can see the room. I just don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me right now?
Okay, yes, we hear you very well. No problem for the moment. But we are working on the translation. I don't know if you can come in time, but you can start.
Okay, it should be, you should be able to just turn it on the actual Zoom screen, where you're doing the projection, hopefully, with in the toolbar, the more button, captions, and then French, and then it should be working for auto translation. But I will go ahead and get started with the presentation while you work on that. Okay, thank you everyone for having me. I appreciate your patience with the technology while we get everything set up and working. I'm very grateful to be here and to be part of DrupalCAMP Burkina Faso for the third year in a row that I have been supporting the event. And I'm here today to talk about Drupal as it creates opportunities for the public sector, for industry, and for entrepreneurs. I have provided
Hello, team.
Yes.
Please, we have a issue with the sound here system. I think that we hear two voices. I don't know what's happening, but let's fix it before.
Let me try. Okay, is the audio better? Is this working now?
Zongo are working on it. When it will be okay, I will tell you.
Okay, thank you. Merci.
Okay, you can start.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. So again, thank you very much for having me for my third year as part of DrupalCamp Burkina Faso and joining you all to learn more about Drupal, to provide opportunity to learn what Drupal can do and to share case studies from speakers around the world and share educational information from people around the world. I'm very, very happy to be here and with you today. Who am I? I am the CTO of the Drupal Association, and we unite a global community to build, and secure and promote Drupal around the world as a free digital public good that anybody can use to build their experiences, to build DXP, to build on the web. I'm grateful to Monsieur Sulama, to Monsieur Zongo, to all of the guests in the audience, to the sponsors who have participated for making all of this possible so that I can be with you here today. I would like to suggest that if you want to follow along or learn anything as we go, I will be showing examples and sharing my screen. But if anybody wants to follow along while I am speaking, you are more than welcome to download Drupal CMS.
Okay, let me translate. OK. Bon, alors, on a un petit souci de décalage. Ça, c'est peut-être la connexion aussi, mais la traduction n'est pas encore OK. En fait, il s'est présenté, c'est le CTO, en fait, c'est le responsable technique, tout ce qui est, je ne sais pas, en français, CTO, ça correspond à quoi exactement, mais c'est le directeur technique, si vous voulez, de l'association Drupal. Ah, on a une double son. Donc, c'est le responsable technique de l'association Drupal et Tim Leland. Et c'est eux qui décident, en fait, de tout ce qui est nouveauté, les règles de sécurité, les nouveaux modules, tout ce qui est nouvelles connaissances ou utilitaires qu'on intègre dans Drupal, c'est eux qui valident avant que ça passe. Tout ce qui est politique d'orientation. Alors, on nous dit qu'il y aurait une interruption électrique quelques secondes. Apparemment aussi, ils ont un problème électrique là-bas. Nous, on a un problème technique ici. Le son est en double comme ça. Pourquoi le son est en double? Alors, donc nous allons reprendre. Apparemment, le problème de l'électricité a arrivé à stabilité. On va espérer que nous aussi, de notre côté, ça va arriver à stabilité. Il y a ma tata Evelyne Lompo qui devait passer nous rendre visite. Je ne sais pas si elle est arrivée, mais bon, ce n'est pas grave. On verra. Alors, donc, on va laisser Tim continuer.
Okay. Are you ready for me to continue, Monsieur Sulama?
One minute. We have issue of power is here, so it's not easy.
Understood.
And the sound system also, internet is not stable, and many kind. Hello?
Hello, I am still here.
Hello, team. I think that you can start and see that the transfer is not wet ready. You will move a little bit and let me translate to people.
Okay. That sounds good. Well, thank you
If
again.
after this we have the sound system translation, we can continue without interrupt you. So sorry, but by the
That's okay. Yeah. If we can get the text captions working later on, that would be very helpful for some of the other speakers I know, and helpful to save your voice in the long term, but I will continue. Again, thank you very much, everyone. I want to invite you, if you want to try out Drupal for yourself at any time, you can download from this QR code or go to drupal.org/drupalcms/launcher to download and try out the software. And I will be showing some examples as I go. Let me start with some information that you do already know. Mr. Sulama has already talked about this, but Drupal is fundamentally free and open source software. It's for anybody to use, for anybody to contribute to, for anybody to build. And it has been around for 25 years to be a flexible content platform that is trusted around the globe. It's used across the United Nations, the European Commission, Australia.gov, the state of Georgia, and many, many other organizations. And I want to talk about all the opportunities that it can produce. Oh, and we lost the stream entirely. Oh no. Okay, I think hopefully you can hear me again. I cannot hear you at the moment, but I'm going to try and keep going. and we will see how this goes. So as I said, I would like to talk about the opportunity that Drupal provides through the open web. There are many different ways that we can consider the impact of open source on the ecosystem, on civic engagement, on digital industry, and on entrepreneurs as a shared platform that anyone can build on. It is a platform that can grow with you no matter the size of the institution or organization or individual business idea that you are trying to support. The same platform can work for a single individual starting up their new ideas as that individual grows into a larger and larger business or a whole organization, or even at the enterprise and government level. For the government sector, the public sector, institutions choose Drupal because of a robust and powerful security team that supports the global community to identify and fix any bugs that might be in Drupal with a collective effort and handle them responsibly and quickly, with a focus on accessibility so that users who need assistive devices can get the help that they need as soon as they need it and can access and read the sites as well as they need to, with strong multilingual capabilities so that your content can be offered in many languages, not just English, not just French, as many languages as you may need, and with fundamental data sovereignty so that the data of your citizens, of the users remains in your control in these government use cases and not on a private platform. I will pause for Solana to translate. In industry, Drupal is more than capable of running highly complex mission-critical sites at large scale and to adapt to the needs that anyone may have. There are Drupal sites that support millions of visitors, that integrate with all of the tools and platforms in terms of marketing, newsletters, in terms of custom CRM, in terms of emerging technologies like AI, and that are found in industries all over the world, in media and publishing, in sports and entertainment, retail, logistics, healthcare, and many, many other sources. Drupal is also an excellent choice for entrepreneurs, as I spoke of before. Because it is completely free, the ability to develop and run your business on Drupal is unlimited. And you can work with individuals and organizations who can help you to scale your Drupal business, such as the sponsor for this event, or many others, or build your own business working with Drupal. There are opportunities to build things yourself. There are opportunities to build on the work created by others using existing site templates developed by the Drupal community, using themes, using thousands of modules and integrations that support Drupal. You're going to hear from a number of different speakers over the course of the camp, some real stories about Drupal and about how it is used, and some real use cases. I'll talk about a few of these, and you'll hear a few of these from the other speakers today. As I mentioned before, there are institutions like Australia.gov or the European Commission, but also Arsenal Football Club, the Sci-Fi Channel, DHL Logistics, the state of Georgia in the USA, and many, many more that are all using Drupal for their needs.
Hi, team. I want you to come back for a minute and let me translate this for people.
Absolutely. Which is this the right slide, or do you need me to go back further? People houses and some of spaces. I'll talk about two of these, and then there are few of these some of the other speakers today. As I mentioned before, there are institutions like Australia and Health,
Bye, Mantali.
but also Arsenal Football Club, that are all important.
Okay. Team, can you come back to your last slide? I will, yes, yes, this, okay. Come back, two up. Okay. Yes. Let me explain something before that we move, because we have serious problem with the sound system. I hope we will fix it soon, but it's not easy for the moment. And the internet is too slow also.
Okay.
Alors, je vais essayer de... Je sais que les gens qui sont derrière n'arrivent pas à bien lire sur le tableau, mais tous ces slides seront disponibles en téléchargement après. Mais je vais essayer de reprendre ce que je vois pour faciliter la compréhension en attendant qu'on arrive à effacer les doubles voix et à stabiliser peut-être. Tout ce que vous pouvez imaginer, puisse avoir accès aux services développés à n'importe quelle institution. Un contenu structuré, réutilisé de réutiliser beaucoup de choses. C'est-à-dire, quand je fais un composant, je peux le réutiliser de plusieurs manières. Quand je définis, par exemple, un type de données dans Drupal, je peux réutiliser ce type de données de adopté dans tous les secteurs. Drupal est adopté dans tous les secteurs. Et il cite un certain nombre de secteurs, les médias et diffusions mondiaux. Les grands médias, les journaux en ligne, tout ce qui est association, tout ce qui est télévision en ligne, et tout ce qui peut être site de sport, d'information ou toutes sortes, ils utilisent beaucoup Drupal. Tous ceux qui sont dans la vente, le commerce, ils utilisent beaucoup Drupal. Les logistiques de distribution, tous ceux qui font la livraison, la géolocalisation, et je vais monter une structure de géolocalisation pour faire la livraison. Un système puissant pour la formation en ligne. Tu peux faire une base de connaissances au sein de ton entreprise avec Drupal pour mettre dedans tout ce que vous avez implémenté durant des années pour éviter aux développeurs de passer leur temps à développer les mêmes choses chaque année et à les reprendre. C'est-à-dire qu'on développe quelque chose dans Drupal, on peut le stocker dans une base de données d'utilitaire et il peut être utilisé par tout autre développeur qui va venir. Avec Drupal, on peut faire ça. Et ça, c'est la puissance qu'il nous offre. Dans le domaine de la santé et les pharmacies, il y a certains qui sont en train de faire des déploiements, les consultations en ligne, la télémédecine. Beaucoup utilisent aujourd'hui Drupal comme support pour pouvoir griffer plein de modules pour faire Drupal. We can move for the next slide. OK. Les entrepreneurs. Une opportunité, Drupal est une opportunité pour les entrepreneurs. Pourquoi? Alors, il explique que Drupal réduit le coût de démarrage, c'est ce que j'avais dit, et plus que jamais, vous permet de construire vous-même et de faire grandir une économie numérique locale. Alors, quand on parle d'économie numérique locale, les gens se disent, je pense que comme il y a la transition digitale ici, je vais parler en regardant un peu le coin de l'œil parce qu'eux, ils connaissent mieux ce que c'est que l'économie numérique digitale, surtout quand il s'agit de local. Vous voyez, nous importons tellement de choses. Les chaussures, nous importons, les chaussettes, nous importons, les aiguilles, nous importons, les sites web, nous importons. Quelqu'un préfère aller faire un site web à 100 € sur Internet, venir balancer pour un client, que d'appeler un développeur local pour faire le développement pour lui, peut-être à 300 000. C'est un exemple que je prends. Vous voyez un peu l'idée? Donc, l'idée de Drupal, c'est d'essayer de voir comment on peut créer cette économie interne. Quand on parle d'économie, il y a production, il y a vente. C'est le minimum. Il y a l'offre et la demande. Donc, du coup, aujourd'hui, l'un des objectifs qu'on a de faire ce DrupalCAMP, c'est que les structures comme la NPT, comme le ministère de la Transition digitale, comme les sociétés comme SysMaker, puissent avoir des projets Drupal pour que les développeurs puissent travailler. Donc, il faut l'offre pour que la demande puisse être absorbée. Voilà. S'il y a beaucoup de demandes, il n'y a pas d'offre, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Ça, c'est les règles de l'économie. Bon, je pense que quand la demande dépasse l'offre, les prix montent. Voilà. Donc, bref, Drupal va vous permettre de maîtriser ça côté entreprise, de créer un mouvement local. Si on sait qu'il y a une structure telle que SwissMaker qui est puissant, ou au sein de l'ANPTIC, on a des développeurs hors pair en Drupal, ben, ça peut être intéressant que l'ANPTIC fasse appel à SwissMaker ou à .com pour faire des formations pour ces agents en interne, pour ensuite eux-mêmes aller sur des projets. Et s'il y a des projets, il peut peut-être dire à SwissMaker ou à .com, vous développez tel aspect, mais nous, on s'occupe de tel aspect. C'est de cette économie interne locale que Drupal parle. Et Drupal offre cette possibilité à faire ce genre de choses en tandem, à travailler dans une équipe. Donc, ces entreprises ont beaucoup de choses. Ils donnent maintenant des exemples de structures dans le monde qui ont utilisé Drupal pour faire les sites web. Quand tu prends la Commission européenne, les sites web est sur Drupal. Et quand tu parles de la Commission européenne, c'est un ensemble de services en ligne qui sont déployés. Donc, tout ce qui est services en ligne, demande administrative, procédures administratives, Drupal te gère un outil puissant pour gérer les workflows et tout ce qui est système de travail. Donc, ces commissions-là, le site web de Arsenal, vous partez sur les sites web, il y a plein de choses. C'est-à-dire que vous allez voir des statistiques qui sont offertes là-bas. Donc, je vais faire des statistiques. Par exemple, quelqu'un m'appelle pour faire des collectes de données en province. Et il veut disposer ça sur une plateforme pour être visible pour un certain nombre de partenaires. Drupal permet de faire ça. Donc, il donne le site australia.gouv, le gouvernement australien, et ils ont mouvé sur Drupal il y a longtemps. C'est-à-dire vraiment, c'est l'État de Géorgie, Sci-Fi, que vous connaissez, DHL, qui est l'une des plus grandes structures qui fait la transmission et des données, des courriers, ils utilisent Drupal. Ça veut dire que si tu as l'ambition de devenir aussi grand que DHL, si tu utilises Drupal, tu vas aller vite. C'est une parenthèse, c'est pas sûr, mais tu vas aller vite. Voilà. Donc, c'est pour dire que c'est des structures très sérieuses dans le monde qui ont migré sur Drupal. Lui ou moi, en face de vous, a migré sur Drupal et SwissMaker vient de dire qu'ils sont eux qui ont déployé. Donc, si toi, tu es spécialisé Drupal, tu es une agence web spécialisée Drupal, tu peux avoir des marchés avec ces structures. Si tu es un développeur qui maîtrise Drupal, tu peux avoir des contrats avec ces structures. Voici le marché Drupal qui est vierge sur la place africaine, dans la sous-région, au Mali, au Niger, etc. Dans les 15 euros de pays de l'ex-CEDEAO, c'est vierge. Et même dans les 3 pays de l'AES, c'est totalement vierge. Donc, tout ce qu'on veut, c'est des gens qui font des développements Drupal et on suscite le marché et tout le monde va avoir quelque chose pour faire le haricot. Vous voyez un peu? C'est une expression. Voilà. La Commission européenne gère l'ensemble de sa présence web sur une seule plateforme Drupal, l'Europa Web Publishing Platform. Pourquoi Drupal? Une plateforme partagée a remplacé un code fragmenté service par service, un design cohérent et une diffusion multilingue, surtout le multilingue, sur tous les services, des correctifs et de sécurité plus simples et des déploiements plus rapides, open source, contrôle total et souveraineté numérique. Et quand nous, on parle de souveraineté au Burkina, il faut que nous commencions à penser à la souveraineté numérique. Et cette souveraineté numérique, le logiciel Drupal est un modèle exemplaire qui peut te dire, je prends le cœur de Drupal, personne ne va venir t'emmerder. Tu l'utilises comme tu veux. Il n'y a pas de cheval de Troie caché dedans, il n'y a rien. Il n'y a rien qui est caché dans Drupal. C'est un code sécurisé. Tu prends le cœur, tu le manipules comme tu veux. Tu peux ajouter ce que tu veux. Il t'épargne certains, par exemple, la gestion des utilisateurs, c'est déjà calé dans Drupal. Il t'épargne ça. Le workflow pour certains trucs, c'est déjà calé. Il suffit juste de l'implémenter. Donc, voici un certain nombre de choses qu'il fait. L'un des clubs de football le plus connu au monde, Arsenal, utilise Drupal également pour sa plateforme pour les fans. Okay? Une plateforme unique et flexible pour l'engagement des fans et les revenus. C'est-à-dire que sur ce site, ils vendent des t-shirts, ils vendent des casquettes. Donc, le e-commerce, Drupal le gère parfaitement. Des flux éditoriaux optimisés, faciles et intégrés et à étendre. Pensez pour une audience mobile d'abord. Drupal is mobile first. C'est-à-dire que quand tu prends un site Drupal, c'est orienté mobile d'abord. Le cœur même là, tu l'installes sans effort là, il est déjà mobile. C'est ça l'avantage de Drupal. Aujourd'hui, tout le monde utilise le mobile d'abord avant d'aller sur l'ordinateur. Et je vois aujourd'hui même les enfants font plus de design sur leur téléphone que sur un ordinateur. Donc, Drupal, mobile first. Voilà. Un mode commentaire, les jours de match pour du contenu quasi en temps réel. C'est-à-dire qu'on peut gérer du streaming facilement et l'information est tellement synchronisée que c'est vraiment puissant comme outil de collaboration Drupal. Leur objectif, la création d'un CMS puissant. Sci-Fi, NBC Universal, le réseau Sci-Fi a refait Sci-Fi Form comme ce Drupal, une expérience cinématique et évolutive superbe sur tous les appareils. C'est-à-dire Sci-Fi, ils ont migré sur Drupal. Quand vous allez aller sur Sci-Fi comme là, c'est Drupal qui est derrière. Donc, voici de la puissance dans tous les domaines, que ce soit le cinéma, que ce soit l'audiovisuel, que ce soit le commerce, le e-commerce, la géolocalisation, que ce soit dans la logistique, le transport, la collecte des données, la centralisation, le calcul et les statistiques, Drupal vous offre un potentiel puissant. Voilà. Une distribution interne NBC pour la vidéo, la publicité et la programmation. Par exemple, si je veux gérer un événementiel, je peux utiliser Drupal pour faire le site de l'événementiel, pour gérer toute la programmation, les salles, tout ce que je veux. Je suis une agence de communication. J'utilise Drupal pour faire mon site web et tout ce que je gère comme structure de communication peut avoir leur espace privé. Ils rentrent sur mon site dans leur espace privé, ils font ce qu'ils veulent et ils utilisent. En fait, c'est un truc, excusez-moi, souvent quand je parle de ça, je m'envole donc. On va finir. Alors, des flux éditoriaux pensés pour des équipes de production sous pression. Une interface cinématique flexible et entièrement personnalisée. C'est-à-dire, tu peux faire des designs personnalisables dans Drupal. Si moi, je veux afficher telle couleur, alors que toi, tu n'aimes pas telle couleur, chacun choisit sa couleur et j'affiche ce que je veux. Moi, je veux regarder un truc en bleu, toi, tu veux regarder en blanc, c'est ton choix, ou en rouge. C'est ça la puissance de Drupal. Puissant, mais historiquement difficile. Pendant ces années, des années de réputation, Drupal était clair, extrêmement capable, mais avec une forte courbe d'apprentissage, cela a changé. Avant, puissant, mais difficile. Et ça, c'est une vérité. Aujourd'hui, puissant et simple à utiliser. Ceux qui ont commencé avec Drupal 6 savent de quoi on parle. Madame comparait ça de quoi on parle. Quand on Drupal 6, Drupal 7, c'est puissant, mais c'est extrêmement difficile à apprendre. Aujourd'hui, avec les avènements de Drupal CMS, je vous assure, Drupal fait des glisser-déposer. Aussi, d'aller faire 10 fois mieux que WordPress. Il fait des glisser-déposer. Et c'est ça l'objectif de cette conférence. Aujourd'hui, Drupal CMS, c'est la puissance simplifiée en fait. Et même en une journée, tu déploies un site complexe, fonctionnel, structuré, sécurisé sur Drupal en une journée, aujourd'hui, avec Drupal CMS. Voilà. Il est sorti en janvier 2026, bâti sur le Drupal 11.3, le plus grand gain de performance depuis plus de 10 ans. Et essayez de créer un site complet depuis votre navigateur ou un simple lanceur de bureau. Recette, ajout des fonctionnalités en un clic. Ça, c'est les utilitaires qu'on trouve sur Drupal CMS. Les modèles de sites, Drupal CMS, tu vas, tu glisses, tu choisis le modèle de site que tu veux et tu choisis et il l'implémente pour toi. Drupal Canvas, vous connaissez Canvas, non? Alors, on a intégré Canvas à l'extrême dans Drupal. C'est un truc de ouf, il faut aller essayer. C'est-à-dire, tu fais du design, on dirait un expert en fait. Et IA optionnel. La partie IA et Drupal, je pense que ça, c'est le danger pour nous, les développeurs. Oui, je dis ça parce que si les non-développeurs découvrent ça, nous, on est en chômage technique. Ah oui, c'est vrai. C'est vrai. Ce que IA peut faire avec Drupal, une fois j'ai essayé, j'ai eu des tournées, j'ai arrêté. J'ai peur d'essayer parce que j'ai vu que je suis à la retraite. Non, c'est sérieux. Drupal avec IA, c'est un truc de fou. Je ne sais pas ce qui s'est passé, mais ceux qui ont intégré ça, ce n'est pas des gens normaux. Non, c'est sérieux. C'est vraiment très intéressant. Donc, nous allons parcourir tous ces aspects. On peut faire l'installation dans un navigateur de Drupal CMS aujourd'hui. Nommez votre site, choisissez un modèle, créez votre compte et Drupal CMS s'installe tout seul. Aucun terminal, aucun serveur, aucune configuration. C'est-à-dire, tu vas sur le site, il y a des outils aujourd'hui pour apprendre Drupal plus vite. C'est-à-dire, tu n'as pas besoin d'installer WAM serveur, quoi. Il y a la connexion, tu rentres dans le navigateur, tu installes Drupal, tu commences à faire tes développements. Voici le level où on veut amener les gens. On veut vous faire quitter le stade où tu pensais que tu étais en business, il n'y a pas quelque chose devant ça. On te dit il y a first class et on te dit il y a upper first class maintenant. Ça, c'est le upper first class. Est-ce qu'on peut applaudir? Voilà. Et c'est quelque chose d'exceptionnel. Si tu prends le temps de suivre, je vous assure, tu prends un mois, tu suis Drupal, tu vas balayer tout ce que tu fais et tu vas te concentrer que sur ça. Ça te fait gagner en temps, ça t'aide dans ton organisation, ça te fait aller vite. Et c'est facilement enregistré. Alors, les fonctionnalités en un clic. Vous voyez, ça, c'est ce qu'il déploie aujourd'hui. C'est l'interface de Drupal CMS comme ça. Je vous assure, une ferme au bord de la route là-bas, je vais aller m'asseoir, laisser les enfants. Parce que là, nous, on est battus. Hein, ce n'est plus notre. Non, c'est terrible. Ils rentrent ici, tu les formes une journée, 2 journées. Demain, va venir te faire un site. Tu vas te demander c'est combien d'experts qui ont fait ça. et l'interface, ces fonctionnalités sont des glissés-déposés en actif. Ce qu'on reprochait à Drupal, ça c'est corrigé. On disait que Drupal était compliqué. Non, c'est pas comme WordPress. WordPress maintenant, c'est un enfant. Drupal, c'est genre Usain Bolt. Ouais, non, WordPress, c'est genre moi. Tu vois, à mon âge, je dois courir derrière Usain Bolt. Ça ne marche pas. Voilà. I take your place and I make my best. I hope people understand what I say. I know it's not the same vibe when it will be yourself to explain this, but I try.
No, you did a very good job. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You can hear me now? Do you want to add something?
I can keep going with additional content if I can hear you now. Are we having any luck with translation? Is it all right if I keep going, or should I keep pausing so you can translate?
I think that you can continue on to push. I will try to explain, because the translation for the sound system, we have serious issue with this translation system. So I want to take your permission to do it to allow people to follow a little bit the idea that we want to share. I know it cannot be the same if you speak or
that's totally fine.
Whatever
we need to do.
But I will try.
Yes, thank you.
Let me continue. Alors, l'intégration des utilisateurs, les rôles et les permissions. Vous voyez, dans les projets et même dans les organisations, de façon classique, ce qu'on appelle l'organigramme dans un ministère, dans une association, dans une entreprise. Quand un organigramme est mal foutu, c'est le bordel. Puisque on ne sait pas classer. L'organigramme, c'est les utilisateurs et les rôles. C'est ça l'organigramme. C'est moi, je suis utilisateur ou quel est mon rôle? Secrétaire général, directeur général, c'est des utilisateurs du ministère, si vous voulez, mais leur rôle, c'est quoi? Si on va dire que Madame Compaoré est directrice chargée de la dématérialisation et moi, je suis directeur chargé du matériel, si on ne clarifie pas, moi, je veux penser que la dématérialisation et le matériel vont ensemble et je vais piétiner Madame Compaoré dans son travail quotidien. Elle va me piétiner. Si je ne sais pas que la secrétaire est directement rattachée au directeur général et non au directeur administratif, je vais tendance, en tant que directeur administratif, de me lever, venir donner des rôles à la secrétaire de direction générale and not to the administrative secretary. I'm going to, as an administrative secretary, to get up and give roles to the secretary of management to print this file for me when it's not her role, and since she's a secretary and I'm a director, so she sleeps in the country, you can see a little bit of where the user comes from and the role. If the roles are not well clarified in an IT project, it's a disaster. Either we don't know who does what and what are its limits. It's a disaster, and those who make the administrations know that if I give someone access to a file that they don't have access to, that's a disaster. So I'm talking to you today to work on this. You can come back. You can come back to your last slide,
please user an admission to it. Question, he can't hear. Okay, thank you. So, Drupal voting gives you precise control based on the roles and who can do what. Essential for the administrations and organizations of many writers or many users. Very fine permissions for each. Very fine permissions for each action. The roles reflect the teams and the real responsibilities of these teams. Granted, exactly the access that everyone needs, whose past has become master in the management of roles. If I have to make an application today and there is role management in it, access to validation, control, I prefer to install Drupal than to develop all this to zero. Hi, the time I'm going to take to develop, that's good if it's at the national level. There's no problem. But if it's for business, I have lost. But if it's on the scale of the nation, I've lost years. I've fallen behind. In fact, if I had let people install Drupal and control and put on top of what we want, we'd go 10 times faster. So Drupal has mastered that. Next slide, please.
Paix à son âme. C'est des gars On a des outils vraiment aujourd'hui qui nous permettent d'aller vite. Et aujourd'hui, si on a invité le ministère de la Transition digitale, l'ANPTIC, ce n'est pas un hasard. Parce que nous savons que les différents services qui sont venus sont au cœur du développement des systèmes étatiques et des services publics. Le service public français est en train de migrer le cœur sous Drupal. La SNCF, le système le plus complexe, vous voyez, ce n'est pas un exemple typique. L'Amérique a migré sur Drupal. L'Angleterre est totalement Drupal. L'Australie est 100% Drupal. Pas parce qu'ils aiment. D'ailleurs, Drupal, c'est un Belge d'origine, je crois, qui l'a inventé. Voilà, même s'il est nationalité américaine, voilà, on en parlera peut-être. Donc, il y a beaucoup d'organisations qui migrent sur Drupal et je pense que les gens de SwissMaker, quand ils travaillaient pour l'UMOA, ils ont dit, voilà les tonnes de services qu'il fallait mettre dedans. Ensuite, le design. Drupal travaille avec un design hors pair. Il a séparé le contenu et le contenant. C'est vraiment puissant. Ils ont mis une couche supérieure qui est des tweaks pour faire côté design. Et en bas, par derrière, tu as du PHP et tout ce que tu veux. Vraiment, la sécurité est au top. Et là, c'est en ce moment qu'on peut vraiment utiliser. Alors, j'espère que je n'ai pas raté un slide en temps. Before this slide, you didn't have another slide? Yeah, come back one again. You can come back one slide. The one on top of this, please.
Sorry, one moment. Is this the one you would like?
Hi, team. So we can go back again to, yes. I think that one slide back. Yes. There is another. Ici, no? Okay, this is good. Drupal Canvas créé visuellement. Why you see, vous vous rappelez de ça, is why you get avec quand Macromedia était venu, c'est la suite de logiciels Flash, Dreamweaver, c'était why you see is why you get. Anciennement, Experience Builder, glisser des composants sur la page, modifier sur place, prévisualiser en direct et annuler facilement, glisser, déposer, édition sur place, etc. Bibliothèque des composants. Ça, c'est intéressant. Vous voyez, la plupart du temps, quand on fait le développement, on peut développer des composants, mais souvent, les réutilisations dans d'autres contextes nous posent des problèmes. C'est-à-dire, le composant est là, il fonctionne bien, je l'ai bien isolé, mais quand je l'intègre souvent ailleurs, il y a des petits trucs qui ne marchent pas. Alors, Drupal a essayé de travailler sur ça, ils ont résolu le problème avec ça. Des composants réutilisables, React, JSX, pour les développeurs, voilà, inutile pour le contenu. Ouais, c'est des puissants. L'IA, seulement si vous le voulez, il y a ça. Bon, je sais que quand il dit seulement si vous le voulez, c'est pour que vous ne le découvrez pas, sinon vous allez mettre les développeurs en chômage. Les fonctions de l'IA sont entièrement optionnelles, activées, elles accélèrent les tâches routinières tout en respectant vos données, etc., etc. Générées à partir d'une consigne, assistées d'administration, accessible par défaut, les fournisseurs de choix de votre choix. Bah, il y a plein, il y a plein. Je pense qu'il y a un module sur l'IA. Il y a une dame qui va nous entretenir sur l'IA et Drupal. Next slide. Alors, où nous en sommes? Voilà. Prêt pour la production aujourd'hui. Canvas 1.4 est sorti en 2026, en mai. Il vient de sortir. Il est prêt. Donc, vous voyez, vous êtes à la primaire de l'information. On vous informe qu'il y a un nouveau module, Canvas, qui est intégré à Drupal, fonctionnel, qui est puissant, qui permet de faire des designs. Si vous le testez aujourd'hui, vous avez une longueur d'avance sur ceux qui ne le savent pas. Encore en maturation, certes, voilà, aucune migration forcée. Le site Drupal 10 et 11 existant continue de fonctionner. Voilà, adoptez Canvas page par page quand pas par pas quoi. Voilà. Ce que cela signifie pour le Burkina Faso. Des services numériques souverains. Les institutions publiques peuvent posséder et maîtriser les plateformes sans licence, sans dépendance. Ça, c'est la peur de beaucoup de services publics. Ils pensent que quand ils prennent un truc, ils auront des cheveux de 3 ou un truc comme ça. Non, il n'y a rien. Des compétences à valeur mondiale. Les compétences Drupal acquises ici sont portables sur un marché mondial. Et sous-régional, d'ailleurs, que nous défendons ici. Drupal CMS est disponible sur le marché. Il est libre, il est gratuit, il est puissant, il est fonctionnel, il a des outils modulables. Vous pouvez le prendre, faire n'importe quel type de site que vous voulez. Site d'information, site de collecte de données, site d'inscription, d'enregistrement, de paiement en ligne, tout ce que vous voulez. Site de géolocalisation pour faire des livraisons, tout ce que vous voulez. Enregistrer vos restaurants en ligne et puis chacun fait les commandes des plats. Je ne sais pas, ce qui vous vient en tête, vous voulez transporter M. Soulama amener à Subaka, pas de problème, c'est mon village. Vous pouvez m'envoyer là-bas avec Drupal. Alors, si lancez-vous dès aujourd'hui, essayez gratuitement, utilisez le lanceur de bureau ou construisez directement depuis votre navigateur. On va peut-être vous parler des lanceurs de bureau. Appliquez une recette, ajoutez les fonctionnalités, construisez avec Canvas, glissez, déposez et publiez vos premières pages. Donc voilà ce que Drupal CMS offre. Je te rappelle ton premier design quand tu intégrais. Quand tu prends une page HTML, allez le coder pour mettre dans Drupal. Bon, là, tu es dépassé, tu vois, avec Canvas. Les enfants la font ça aujourd'hui, le doigt dans l'œil. Voilà, c'est ça, l'avancée technologique de Drupal. Et quand on l'explique, alors il donne le lien de téléchargement du lanceur du CMS. C'est new.drupal.org/Drupal-6 CMS/Launcher LAUNCHER new.drupal.org/Drupal-CMS/Launcher. Et à cette adresse, vous pouvez avoir le lanceur pour pouvoir commencer à faire vos tests et vos développements. Voilà. Donc, le CTO voulait nous présenter en primaire la sortie de Drupal Canvas, qui est récent, dans ce mois de mai même, qu'ils ont lancé ce produit. Voilà. Thank you. Merci à vous. On peut applaudir le CTO. Alors, on va
Merci.
essayer de le laisser dire un mot. Tim, I think I take your place. I'm
No,
sorry by the
magnifique,
inconvenience.
magnifique,
And you know, the
magnifique, Monsieur
technology sometimes
Salama.
is not easy in Africa. When I'm speaking to you, we have not at all in the same level with United States. You know, you see now, it's not easy. Every time we have electricity cut down or internet
No,
slow
I
down, I don't
understand.
know.
I understand. But you did a
So I
fantastic
hope that
job. Fantastic.
I have not make a mistake of translation of your idea.
No, I think you've done
Okay.
very well. Fantastic. Merci, merci. Um, shall we take a break of 15, 20 minutes? Give Mr. Zongo some time to prepare before the next speaker?
C'est décalé. Et quand on est... Alors, ils donnent le lien. Okay. C'est new. Still, are you there? Can you hear me?
I am still here. I can hear you. Yes.
Okay. So I think that it's preferable for us to take a break because we have to deal with this sound system, I don't know, before the next speaker to come. I don't know if the timing is not be too much for him. Just inform him that we have maybe 20 minutes.
Okay, that's fine. We
Okay.
will
I
adapt.
don't know. Okay, if you have something to say before leaving, you can say, and we take a break.
No, that's
Hi,
fine.
Jürgen.
All right. Yes. No, that's fine. I think we'll give you some time to work on the technology for translation. And thank you, everyone. Merci, merci.
Apparemment,
I
ça marche.
appreciate it. And thank you for your attention and for your participation. I'm very proud to be a part of this event.
Okay, thank you. On peut l'applaudir. Jürgen, you can hear me? We just want to ask you 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine. I can hear you well.
Okay. Give her 10 minutes. We will come back to you soon.
I'm standby. No worries.
Okay. Alors, on va vous envoyer un lien Zoom. Je vais peut-être envoyer dans le groupe. Quelqu'un peut essayer juste de se connecter à l'extérieur à son téléphone et vous essayez de dire quelques mots en anglais. On va tester quelque chose. Ouais. Donc, je balance ça tout de suite dans le groupe. Alors, on prend 10 minutes de pause, peut-être dégourdir les jambes, aller aux toilettes. On revient pour le second speaker. On espère que les dieux de la technologie seront avec nous. Hi, Mr. Zongo. Mr. Zongo, can you hear me? Hi, how do you do? Mr. Zongo, I'm speaking from Burkina Faso. Can you hear me, Mr. Zongo? Hi, Mr. Zongo, can you hear me? I'm speaking from...
Je t'entends.
Okay. C'est le décalage seulement.
Essaie de parler un peu plus longtemps.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Welcome to this DrupalCAMP in Burkina Faso. We are happy to greet you. Welcome here. And we are also trying to set up the sound system for all record. And so want to apologize for this inconvenience, but in few minutes, this sound system will be restored, installed and set up totally by Mr. Zongo. It's not easy. We have power issue, internet issue, but we think that in few minutes, all these things will be fixed. So we want to apologize for this inconvenience and welcome you again to this DrupalCAMP and stay with her with the rest of the day, and you will see new session, and the next session will be with her again. It's a good session that we will learn so many things. So thank you so much.
Ok, c'est bon.
Brian. Tata, faut pas passer me laisser. Hein. Comment ça? Je suis là. Je suis là-bas. Je suis arrêtable. C'est pas grave. Je suis arrêtable. Je suis content. Je dis. Non, 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 pas grave. Ça va, ça se passe bien. Ça se passe bien. Tu es content? On est franchement content. Il n'y a pas de problème. Il n'y a pas de problème. On a juste un problème de connexion. Hi here again. Welcome to you and excuses for this inconvenience. You have to fix some system problem and internet is so slow here. So you can start.
All right.
People are coming in the room and in few minutes you can start. No problem.
Great. Shall I share my screen already?
Yeah, let's go ahead and have you share your screen. That sounds good.
Voilà. Internet, mais nous pensons qu'au cours de la journée, on va trouver une solution à ça. Voilà, donc nous allons accueillir Nas, qui est un des experts dans ce qu'il va présenter, ECA, Drupal Automation and Consultation for Everyone. Donc, il va présenter très intéressant.
I think we may still be.
Hi, Jürgen, please, you can start again.
Okay, can you hear me? Mr. Sulama, can you hear me?
Le son est sur le casque, on dirait. On n'entend pas dans la salle. Jürgen, you can start.
Okay, so you can hear me? Hello?
I can hear you, so I think just go ahead.
Okay. Welcome, everybody. I'm very delighted to be part of this DrupalCAMP. Thanks for inviting me. And I'm happy to talk about a module that I've been developing with a lot of other people in the Drupal community over the last few years. It's called ECA, and it's all about automating and customizing your Drupal sites. Before we start, let me quickly introduce myself. My name is Jürgen Haas. I'm coming from Germany. I'm with the Drupal community for quite some time, and I'm developing a lot of modules. My company is Late Drops, and we are a certified partner of the Drupal Association, and very proud of that. So let's dive in. What is this all about today? We will start our journey from the user perspective. So I will like to introduce a real problem that a lot of people have with Drupal sites, and then show how that can be solved with the ECA module. First, in a very simple and easy way, which is also available for all the non-technical users in and around Drupal. But then we will also dive a little bit deeper and look into the technology and see how everything works and comes together. Towards the end, I will then tell you about where we are planning to go in the future with this module and how you can actually help if you want to have some participation in development of that module. But you don't necessarily have to be a developer. There are lots of places for people with all different skills. And there will be some time at the end of the session, but please at any time interrupt. If you have anything that I should repeat or you have a question, just let me know. So let's get started. Let's imagine that you have a fresh Drupal site and everything is more or less correct. You have a theme and you have some content and you wander around and make some configuration changes on your Drupal site to modify how Drupal comes out of the box. But then you find probably little things that you would like to change, to tweak, to make little changes because you have a different opinion on how things should be. So let's look into one possible scenario here. It's your fresh Drupal site and you come across a form, like for example, there is a form in Drupal to create new user accounts. That's been used by administrators to do that on behalf of future users. Or the same form can be used to allow anonymous users to register themselves on the Drupal site, to provide their username, email, and password, and create a user account for themselves. Now, you see that form as it comes out of the box from Drupal, and you have some ideas on how you want to change that. Like, for example, changing a label, adding a validation to maybe the username length, and you want to have things working slightly differently. So what are your options to do that? In the past, it was necessary to have a developer available who knows how to write PHP and do that for Drupal and make those modifications just for that Drupal site. Well, that's not very efficient, because if everybody is doing that with PHP code on their own sites, we have a lot of customizations that all have to be maintained, and you always have to have a developer available. Now, a few years ago, there was EC8, the module we are talking about today, which allows to do people the same thing, but without writing PHP code, but in a visual way directly in the Drupal site. That was a huge improvement, but still a little bit complex and not quite easy to learn. And very recently, only a few months ago, we started to introduce what we call an in-context customization, which is really available for everyone. You don't need to know a lot about Drupal or even ECA, and you can do it in context, just at the place where you are when you come across something that you want to change. Let me show you how that looks like. And there is a video, but instead of using a video, I just do that interactively on a real site. So this may be your Drupal site, and you come across that form that I was talking about to create a user account. This is the form. Let me see if I can scale a bit, then you can hopefully see more. So you have a field for an email address, a username, and a password. You may think that the label of the field email address is not what you like. You want to change that. And as it happens, Drupal doesn't allow you to do that just in the UI. As I said before, you can use PHP, you can use ECA, or, and that's the new one, if you click into the field, you see a new lightning bolt, which, if you click on it, provides you with a list of templates that allow you to make modifications to that field. Like, for example, you want to change the label. You can select that you want to apply that template and you only want to call it email. You save that. It confirms that the change was made. You've refreshed the page, and voila, the label of the field has been changed. There are other things possible, like, for example, we could go in, select the username field, find the same lightning bolt, go in there, and we want to define a default value. That could probably be something like Drupalista. We save that one as well, refresh the page once more, and we have a default value in that field that everybody finds whenever they use that field. There are even more complex things possible, like, for example, if you have a user role field with checkboxes, and whenever that field is being selected, you want to hide other fields on the page. So all the fields available are shown in that select list. You define which of the fields you want to hide when the administrator is available. Save that, refresh the screen. And if we now scroll down, we can see form state activity, as we call it. Like, if the administrator role is selected, a few fields further down in the form disappear. If you unselect it, that comes back. Like this, like that. So lots of customizations. The warning message we can ignore for now. That's not really relevant. That's about what this part is in place or in context customization. So let's go back to our slides and just summarize what we've just seen. We have modified a form in our Drupal site without any knowledge about Drupal itself. So before in-context customizations, people had to go to a specific admin page, open the ECA section, create a model, choose an event, configure conditions, add an action, and so on and so forth. And most of the terms like event or condition doesn't even mean anything to most of the people who come to Drupal. So it's a big wall that people hit. But within context customization, you just stay where you are, you focus an element, you select a template, fill in some fields on what you want to have, and that's it. And you don't even have to know what ECA is. It's just there. It provides new functionality to Drupal, and it's available to end users. So that's a big breakthrough. But let's go a little bit deeper. So what happens if you want to do a little bit more than what templates allow you to do? So in-context customizations, as we saw it before, are creating an ECA model in the very same way as if somebody would have created that model manually. Therefore, we can just move forward from where we have been before. And there is another video, but I stopped that one as well. Let's go back to our real Drupal site here and see what has happened there. Now, if I click into that email field again, where we changed the label before, what we can now do is we can change our mind and change the label again, but at least we can see the label has been modified by that in-context customization. But we can now go further and edit that model in a modeler. And what we call a modeler is just the UI to ECA. So we opened the modeler, and that shows us what we have before configured in the in-context customization UI. We decided that we want to set a label when the form is built, and the label should be email. We decided to set a default value, and the field was name, and the value is Drupalista. So somebody could have created the very same model in this modeler in the UI and make all those changes. Now we can extend on this model here by, for example, adding a new event when the form gets built. So it zooms in on that one directly. And what it does automatically, we have to tell which form we want to modify. And as we opened our modeler from a specific form, ECA remembered that and automatically filled in the correct form ID for us. So we don't have to find out what the form ID is. The system is doing that for us when we come from context. Let me zoom out a bit. We can add something to that event, like we want to set a default value. Again, the translation is in my way. Now, get default value, set default value is over here. And now another in-context benefit comes into play. I don't have to find out what is the field name that I want to modify here. The system as well was kind enough to tell me that this is the field name mail. I can change that and just modify a different one. But if I come from context, it will just help me to get where I want to go with whatever it can do by determining that from the context. Now, let me close that without saving anything. Go back to this one because there is more to it. Like, imagine 2 months later, you come back to that form and you vaguely remember that, oh, I have modified that with ECA, but I can't actually remember how I have done it or where to find the modifications. Now, as Drupal was building this page, ECA took action and modified certain things. And ECA is now kind enough to tell us in the bottom right corner with a widget that it took actually 3 times. And what you can do is just click on one of them and it opens that model once more for you in the modeler. But this time it seems like the model has less content. But no, it doesn't. What happened is it just shows you that one event which you just clicked on coming from the context. You could enable all the others again, but we want to focus on that one. Sorry, just confusing myself. We just want to focus on that one because it was configuring the form in a way that if the administrator role is being enabled, other fields should be invisible. And ECA was recording everything it was doing, and it shows us the steps it has taken through that diagram. And there are quite a few. It's hard to imagine, but that's actually what's necessary to do what this one is doing. And the nice thing is you can now start debugging in here. You can click the play button and it will visually show you the steps it has taken. And you can see that in the diagram itself. It walks us through what we call a loop. So that's like in programming. It starts at the top, goes down to the bottom, comes back to the middle, and then walks through this loop many times until the list of fields it has to hide is empty, and then the condition is false, and the workflow stops working. So we come back to this debugging stuff in a minute, but for now, I just wanted to show you what is possible overall. And we go back to our form here and back to the slides, and then summarize again what we have just seen, right? Oh no, we go a step further and we summarize the debugging in a minute. I want to make the whole thing just a little bit more complex. And the scenario I thought about, it's probably in practice not really that relevant, but it's nice to actually show what is possible and can be done. Imagine that the field label for the email field should be different depending on who is looking at the form. Like if an administrator is looking at the form, we want to show them field is named user email address. That's the technical name of the field in the background. The administrator may have a need to know that. For all other authenticated users, it should just be called your email address or the email address of the new user. And for everybody else, that's those users who actually create an account for themselves, it should be called email. Now, I want to show you how that looks in real life. And it's just a little bit too much to create that on the fly. That would take too much time. But I have prepared that for you so that we can go into it and analyze how that actually works. For that to later actually show as well, let me turn off the one that we just created. We disable that one. Save that. And now we go into the complex user register form that does just a little bit more than what we had so far. Let's close all of those. And here is a model that does exactly what I described a minute ago. Let's go through that to understand what it does. So when that form gets created or built by Drupal, we ask ourselves first, is it an anonymous user or an authenticated user? If the user is anonymous, then we want to set the label to your email address. If the user is authenticated and it's not an admin, we want to set the label to the email of the new user. That's if they create a new user account for somebody else. But if the user is authenticated and they are an administrator, then we want to set the field label to user email address. So this is something that we call a diagram, which at the same time is documenting itself. If we put the right labels into all those little notes, it's fairly easy for somebody who doesn't or hasn't been involved in creating it, by looking at it and walking through step by step, can make sense out of it. So let me show you how that actually works when it takes action. Let's start with the anonymous user. And to do that, I have a second window for that anonymous user for the same site. And before I do that, I would like in my model prepare myself for testing. So I would like to test the model and see what happens when ECA walks through step by step. So I just click on the test button, and now ECA is waiting for that event to happen. Let's do that. I'm an anonymous user over here, and I want to register myself and go to the login page. Well, I can't log in because I don't have login yet. So I go to reset your password. And what should have happened in the background, and it doesn't, and I have no idea why. Let me refresh the page. Oh, I'm so sorry. Let's cancel testing. Let's test again. Drupal is waiting for it. Now the user comes to that form. Oh, you know what? I'm so stupid. I went to the reset your password form, and that's not the one that this one in the background is waiting for. I should have gone to the second tab, which is create a new account. So as soon as I click on that one, we still don't see any reaction in the background. That's terrible. I'm sorry. Okay, well, it doesn't work right now, and I don't know why that is, to be honest. I just move on and show you another use case where there is an admin, which is my own user account. I go to the user page, and now let's go back to the model, and that doesn't work either. So we skip that entirely. One more test. No, it's not playing nice with me. Let's move on. That's what happens with live demos. What should have happened is this modeler, this diagram, should have noticed that somebody was visiting that form. This event would fire. And then it walks through the diagram and does either of the three things over here, and it would show me with green and red lines which path in the diagram it would have been used to actually create the form. Sorry that it doesn't work right now, but that's how life sometimes works or doesn't work. Let's go back to the slides. I'll promise to fix that and record a video and then share the video with you later on. Then you can see that it actually works, right? So the debugging flow, the one that we just didn't see right now, what it exactly does, it knows which events fired, it knows about conditions and evaluates them. It then takes certain actions and modifies your page. Therefore, it is recording data. And I would like to give you some recommendation to not use that debugging tool on a production site, because listening to all the events and recording every single step is CPU intense. That takes resources and slows down your site a little bit. But it's a great tool for you in your development environment to actually find out if the models work or if they don't, why, and then fix them. It is what I call Xdebug on steroids. Xdebug is something for PHP programmers, which allows them to actually step by step go through the code while it's executing and see what's going on. We can now do that in the UI for users in the front end. You don't have to set up anything. It should normally just work. Now, so much functionality, you may wonder, how do I learn about all that? And there is comprehensive documentation available. We call that the ECA guide. And that's your path to independence. You know, all what I'm showing you here is an open source module that you can download for free from Drupal.org, install on your site. You don't need anyone, you don't need a license, you just need your ideas and documentation to learn how that works and to set everything up. So the ECA guide, as I mentioned, is really, really comprehensive. I just want to give you a brief overview on what it is, and we just go into the live ECA guide. And it has 5 chapters. The first one is ECA itself. It explains how to install it, basic usage instructions, how to import models that somebody else has developed maybe. It talks about some basic concepts like events, conditions, actions, permissions, token loops, and so on and so forth. A lot to learn, a lot to understand and grasp. But there are things like, you know, troubleshooting, for example. Like if you build or if you are programming workflows, it can well be that you run into an infinite loop, like it never stops. It just continues processing and you don't know how you can fix it. Now, if that's a site that is still maybe live, what you can do as a last resort, just put an argument into the settings file of Drupal and ECA will just be killed. It doesn't do anything from there. Then you can go back, fix the stuff, and then remove that one and your site will be back live. But there is much more. If we talk about modelers, and we just saw one with the diagram, there can be many different ones, but the one I showed you is the recommended modeler. And here we explain how that works. Or you can go in there and that modeler has its own documentation site as well, which we can find here. So that looks very similar, different color, but that documentation site just focuses on the UI and tells you how to use that. Back to the ECA guide. There are plugins. I come to that in a minute. There is a library. There are prepared examples of ECA models that do certain things like, for example, ECA and views. If we go to that one, you can see it contains an standalone viewer where you can zoom in and where you can see what is that thing doing. And if you think, oh, that's a great example, I want to have that on my Drupal site, scroll down a bit and it tells you how you can install that model on your Drupal site and then play around with it by yourself and learn from it or modify and do whatever you want with it. There is, last but not least, a resource section. There are some logos, there are tutorials, some articles. I would hope that we get more real tutorials from users. Once we do, we will add them over here so that others can learn from it. But there is also a video channel which shows you a lot of introductory videos where somebody is walking through specific scenarios explaining on how they build certain things in ECA. That's videos, you can watch them at your own pace, go back and watch certain parts again, and so on and so forth. So there are a lot of resources available that help you to learn how to use ECA. Now, another part of ECA is plugins. Plugins are code components that do certain things, and plugins can be developed by PHP programmers. They don't have to be part of the ECA team. Everybody can build plugins to enhance the ecosystem of ECA and related technologies. And there are so many plugins. Can you believe that there are more than 1,000 of them? Like more than 250 events? Events are things that are happening and kicking off things in an environment like, for example, Drupal. Events are related to entities, to forms, user actions, commerce, like if somebody puts something in a cart, that is an event that something else wants to react upon and do certain things. Forms, web forms, custom events, and so much more. There are also conditions. That's the things that say if the user is authenticated and has the rule administrated, then do certain things, right? And we have 120 of them. And then last but not least, the plugin types that are called actions, those are the ones that actually do certain things, like setting a label on a field or creating a default value or putting something in the cache or do a redirect and so on and so forth. So yes, there are 1,000 plugins available, and you may want to ask yourself, oh, how do I get my head around all that? I can't learn what 1,000 plugins are actually doing. Well, you don't have to, don't worry. Like just a quick example of like this event, if you want to learn about it, what this is actually doing, there is the documentation icon available in the top right corner. If you click on that, it just opens all the information that we have about this event, and it explains how to fill in the fields in all detail, right? However, this content is pulled from the ECA guide just in time. If you want to know more about it, you can actually open the ECA guide from here with the site about the build form, and what you get in addition to that over here is what we call backlinks. Like from here, you can find out other pages that are talking about build forms. And that should even be some examples. Like here is a sample model, and the viewer is hopefully initializing itself in a second, and then you can see the model. And that's one that uses that build user profile form. That's exactly the same that we were using before. It explains what that one does, and it allows you again to download and install it on your own Drupal site. So, documentation available in context, where you need it and when you need it. So the system is trying hard to actually guide you through the process, to learn about it step by step. It doesn't want to overwhelm you with 1,000 plugins all at the time. It just tries to find out what's relevant to you at the moment and shows you maybe just 10 of them, and then lets you dive through and find what's currently relevant. But let's zoom out a bit. Look at ECA's ecosystem, because there is more about it than just ECA itself. But for a second, I would love to stay with ECA just to give you an idea on how it's been constructed. And there is ECA as a core system. That's the module itself. If people talk about ECA, this is it. And ECA is the master of the universe in this context, and it owns the plugins. It defines how events, conditions, and actions actually have to look like. It provides integration with tokens. It looks after the storage. And most importantly, it is responsible for executing the models that you are creating in the diagram. And the beauty about ECA for us as maintainers, but also for all our users, is that ECA itself is only depending upon one thing, and that's Drupal core. There is no other dependency on the planet, which means we only have to keep it compatible with Drupal core. That can sometimes be challenging in itself, but I don't want to think about a scenario where we would depend on many other things, many different moving parts. We don't. But ECA, the module, next to the core system, comes with 20 submodules, all packaged in one module. That means you can decide yourself which of the functionality from ECA you want to actually enable on your Drupal site. So there is a module that provides all the plugins that are related to entity operations. There is another module which is related to all the form lifecycle on the site, or users, or views, or caching system, access control, the UI, queuing, and 9 more. So it's totally up to you which of those you want to use, and you don't have to make your site more complex than it actually has to be. But that's not all. There are, as of today, more than 80 other modules on Drupal.org that are themselves integrating and enhancing ECA. There is a group module, which is very popular. There is a temper module, also very, very popular. A web form, a commerce. Of course, there is a lot of AI modules in Drupal, flagging, emails, and so on, and 70 more. Those are just the highlights. So ECA itself is a core system. It has a huge ecosystem around it. But ECA itself, again, only relies on Drupal core, which is so important for maintenance. So last but not least, the numbers about ECA. There are 17,000 plus active installations, and each of them are really serious about what they are doing. More than 1,000 plugins, 100 or more sample models in the library. And most important, there is, if you haven't heard about it, a Slack instance for Drupal. And there is an ECA channel in there, and there are hundreds of people who are talking about ECA all the time. And the best of it, if somebody has a question and asks that question in that channel, normally it doesn't take long until somebody steps up and helps. And that's a community of itself where people interested in this topic are helping each other. And I have to say, all together, there is probably no other CMS system in the world that has automation which is that powerful. And we are pretty proud of that. So how does the architecture of all of that look like? And why should you trust it? You know, it's a complex system. Does it weaken the stability of your Drupal site? No, it doesn't. And I tell you why. First of all, just one architecture diagram where what you've seen as ECA is all the parts on the left. We call that a model owner. ECA owns the model. It knows about events, conditions, and actions. That's very specific to ECA itself. And it has a format as a config entity to store the model so that it can later process the model and do what it's supposed to be doing. What we also saw is the UI part, which we call the modeler on the right. And the modeler only cares about making it easy to drag and drop, link things together, fill in configuration fields, and so on and so forth, make it intuitive, have their own raw data. But believe it or not, a modeler doesn't know a single bit about what the model owner on the left cares about. Those two components, they don't know each other whatsoever. There is a third component that we call the modeler API, and the modeler talks to the API, and the API talks to the model owner, and the other way around. They never, ever talk to each other directly. And that means a developer who is working on the modeler, they can just focus on that, make it easy for users to actually use it. But they don't have to think about all the time, what does it mean if that one then gets executed? That's the business of the model owner. That's ECA, and that's difficult enough for them. So we keep that totally separated and that paid back in a big scale. Talking about modelers, so that's the part on the right. If you probably heard about ECA before, well, before March this year, you probably got a different picture regarding the UI, because the UI looked much more like a BPMN-like interface. No colors, everything in black and white, very technical and not just like intuitive like the new one is. The reason for that, just quickly going back to the diagram, the reason is because of this architecture, we can have more than one modeler and everybody can use the modeler that they prefer. It doesn't matter. And that's why we now have two of them. One is the BPMN modeler and the other one is the new workflow modeler, which is accessible, context aware, and comes with the replay functionality, which the other one doesn't. However, the new one is only compatible with Drupal 11.3. That's the current version and future versions of Drupal. We haven't made it available for older ones. The modular quality, just quickly, it is completely WCAG AA compliant, which means accessibility for all the users. We have more than 3,500 test cases with almost 6,000 assertions. There is 2 times more test code than actually production code, which makes that system really, really solid. So whenever we add something to it, the chances that we break something else are very, very little. But also ECA, which is the part on the left of our diagram, has huge quality and support. So we have high test coverage, 90% and more. We have active maintenance with very regular updates. We have a stable API with backwards compatibility. And I already mentioned there are so many installations, we can't afford to break anything of that. And we support Drupal 11.3 and later with all the features that requires PHP 8.3. We do also support Drupal 10, but there only with the BPMN modeler. And we are already, as of today, Drupal 12 compatible. So whenever Drupal updates to the next major release, ECA can be used on day 1. The models themselves, they are stored as config entities. And that is no code, that's just YAML files. So that is why we only have to maintain ECA, keep that compatible with the Drupal versions, but the config entities, in other words, your workflow, the diagram, that is not affected by any code changes whatsoever. That is very, very important for making investments in an ecosystem like that. And all the components are built for extensibility. So the modeler allows to implement templates and custom modelers, provides the framework for the replay and debugging stuff. And ECA itself, we talked about plugins before. It's very easy, well documented, and there are tools around to write your own events or conditions or actions. So all of that is possible and the ecosystem is growing every day. Now, with all that said, you may ask yourself, when should I use ECA and when shouldn't I? And we have some practical guides for you on that. So there is a thing that the Drupal world calls custom code. Custom code is something if you have a Drupal site, either for yourself or for a client of yours, and there is no module available that does provide a certain functionality that you require. That's when traditionally Drupal freelancers, Drupal specialists and agencies, they came up with the idea, let's just write some code for our client individually. That's what we call custom code. Well, I have to say custom code is the most expensive thing that you can do in a Drupal project, because writing custom code today is very quick, very cheap. That happens very quickly, right? But that custom code lives in your Drupal site as long as the site is up and running. And that can be as long as 10 years. And you pay to keep that custom code current every single week, every single major release or sometimes minor release of Drupal. You have to make sure that the custom code is still up to date. And that's why we recommend not to write custom code if it's not necessary. Instead, use ECA whenever possible. It's faster to build, it's visual and testable, it's easy to maintain even by non-developers. And what we learned in our client projects, it's so interesting the effect what it has on clients. Because if we can show in a diagram on screen what a model is actually doing, and everybody can follow the flow in such a diagram, they are much more interested in what's going on, and you get much easier buy-in from managers at the client side because they can see what's going on and they can say yes or no whether that's what they want or not, right? So the buy-in from clients is fantastic, and that's why a visual tool should be preferred compared to custom code. Only if there is very complex requirements with very complex coding requirements, then custom code is certainly to be preferred. But everything else should seriously be done with ECA. But how does it compare with other modules on Drupal.org? Well, there are really established and well-maintained modules like the groups module, the web forms, commerce, different field types, and so on and so forth. All of them, I can just recommend using them whenever you need them. There is no point in trying to rebuild anything like that with ECA. However, the fewer modules you have on your Drupal site, the less complex the whole Drupal site becomes. And also, every time there is a new major version of Drupal, you always have to wait until the very last module to become compatible with the new Drupal version before you can upgrade your Drupal site. So the fewer modules you have, the more independent you are and the quicker you can move forward. However, as I said before, if there is a complex UI or an established, well-maintained module like webform, oh, don't try building that with ECA. Webform is so great, and you will hear about it later in the DrupalCAMP from Jacob. It's a great module. Go ahead, use that. But for a lot of smaller modules, like for example, you want to redirect a user after login, but to different destinations depending on certain conditions. There is a module for that, but you can also do that in ECA. And if you do it in ECA, you just have to maintain config. You don't have to maintain even more code. So that's when we recommend using ECA. But it's not just about doing the little tweaks to a Drupal site. It's also about building full applications. And what I mean by that, I just want to tell you next. So what you can do with ECA out of the box are things like what we've seen, but also things like page rendering. You can use ECA to make changes to the header, the footer, the menu, some of the call to action buttons on your site, and so on and so forth. You can do form building, not just modifying forms that are already there from Drupal. You can build your own forms with ECA. You can define API endpoints so that external systems can ping your Drupal site, and ECA takes that request, builds some content, may well formalize that in a JSON string and send that back to the external system. And there are internal integrations in Drupal as well to, like, for example, Maestro, FlowDrop, and so on and so forth. So there is a lot of more complex building blocks in ECA, not just the simple ones that we saw earlier, that you can build real applications. Now, what do I mean by application in this context? And I want to give you 2 examples. The first one is, there is a globally operating enterprise. I can't say the name, but that enterprise is using SAP, a very complex company managing software with bookkeeping capabilities and a lot more. Very popular, very expensive. And this client, they needed a lot of client licenses where they thought, hang on, they don't use a lot of SAP functionality. I think we can better do that with a Drupal intranet and manage data, content, definitions, context, and so on, all in Drupal, not in SAP, much cheaper. Well, the license doesn't cost anything. You can just use it. And they built all the controls and the integrity checks and the workflow all with ECA. And that thing is really, really complex. So this is a real application where business logic actually lives in ECA models, not in code, not hidden somewhere where only developers understand what's going on. They bring it to the front end where business owners, stakeholders who actually understand the process on what's going on, they can participate in automating that. A huge win for them. And my second example is about a booking system, and that one is built entirely in ECA. There is no custom code whatsoever. It's about the calendar. It's about booking units like rooms and other things, other resources. And they allow people to self-book spaces or resources. And there is availability checks, there is payment control, there are confirmation emails, notifications, reminders that people are actually coming tomorrow or the day after, and things like that. So it's about real transactions, all of which controlled by visual diagrams, understood and customized by the customer themselves. That's about applications. So that's already a lot. And you may ask yourself, where are we going next? And that's what I would like to tell you in this chapter, like we do have a roadmap. The interesting part is ECA is at a stage where we have no pressure to actually build extra bits and pieces so that people can actually start using it. ECA is a complete system. It's available, it does what it does, and it does a lot. It's really production ready. The bits and pieces that we are planning to integrate next is, for example, HTMX. That is a JavaScript library that allows interaction in both directions between the browser, where the user is, and the server, where Drupal lives. That's already possible in Drupal with Ajax, but Ajax is a little bit dated. It comes with big libraries, it slows down things sometimes, and HTMX is the new kid on the block. That's web technology, and we have adapted that for Drupal, and ECA will integrate into that so that you can use diagrams to control what HTMX is actually doing on your site. We will build a lot more in-context customization things. So what we saw at the beginning to modify forms, we want to allow people to do everything in Drupal in context. That's challenging, but we are working on it, and there is quite interesting things to come. There are some components like gateways and loops that we can make easier to use, better custom events and reusable models, but also debugging all the time can take some improvements. But there is also AI integration, more libraries, more plugins, and documentation can always be improved. So this is all driven by the community, by the real users. So everything that you see on this list and everything that will come to that list in the future is always real requirements from users. So that's not just something we thought about, it is something that people can actually use and need. And if you ask yourself, how can I help with that process? There is a lot. And let me say first, you don't have to be a developer. If you are great in actually thinking about what you need and how you would want to achieve that, talk to us, tell us. Or if you made some experiences that haven't been the best, let us know. Ask your questions, because the more we learn about where the problems are, the more chances we have to actually make the product better. So call yourself a contributor to ECA if you ask a question in the Drupal Slack ECA channel, because that's how we learn. That helps us to understand you. But if you want to get your hands dirty, well, I'm sure we can find something for everybody. It doesn't matter what skills you have. There is work for everybody on this planet. If you want to, if you have free resources, just talk to us and we are happy to onboard you to the team. If you just want to get started and play around with ECA, that is a very simple step to do. My recommendation would be start with a Drupal 11.3 site. That's the current version. Then there are two commands. We have an ECA starter kit. You can just call composer require Drupal/ECA_starter kit. That will download the starter kit to your Drupal site. And then you apply that recipe. That's what the starter kit is. And that installs everything following best practice to that Drupal site, and you don't have to configure anything. You can just open your site and start using it. It's that easy. So, time to wrap up. So I would say Drupal as a CMS, or Drupal as a platform, or as a web framework, whatever you want to call it, Drupal is just great. It's built to be extended, to be modified, to be improved, and to be shared. But most of that has traditionally been exclusively available for programmers, for developers, and only very few people in this world are developers. Now with ECA, we want to bring all of that power to everybody, right? So that's our promise, Drupal automation for everyone. That's what ECA is all about. And if you want to learn more, links are always very helpful, I would hope, but you don't have to remember all those links. If you want to remember anything, it's just the first link, because that gives you access to the slides that we have just seen. And from there, you have access to all the links in here, right? And two of them I would like to highlight. Again, Drupal Slack. This is a great community tool. This is where all the nerds around tool are every day, every night. And you have a great chance to get fantastic answers to difficult questions. And don't be shy. There are no stupid questions ever. Every question is relevant, because otherwise it wouldn't have to be asked, right? And if you want to reach out to me, there is one link, go.latedrops.com, and my handle is Jürgen Haas. That gives you a list of all the different platforms where you can find me, or you just use the same handle on Drupal Slack. So that's about it. I want to say thank you very much for listening to all that. And I'm not sure, but I think we do have a little bit time, maybe some 5 minutes for questions, and I'm happy to answer them if I can. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jürgen. Hopefully everyone on site had a good experience of that. Monsieur Sulama, if there are any questions, feel free to ask them. Otherwise, we can get ready for the lunch break that you have over there before Clara joins us at the top of the next hour. And please be aware that the microphone is muted on your side right now.
Je vais poser la question quand même, mais je sais qu'on est déjà fatigué. I'm going to ask for people if they have questions, but we are tired and it's time for lunch. I know that is not easy. And we are very happy to discover all the power that Jürgen demonstrated for ICEA model. That is very interesting. Maybe after the lunch, I will explain some point in his presentation to people with my own word, maybe to take a example, local example to explain them how ICEA can be used in our local reality. This was very interesting to see that this is a powerful tool that people are designing free for hers. And you say that there is enough war and work for every one in this world. So this will be my point. I will take this part and to develop to people how we can exchange idea, work together, and how also they can contribute to help develop this model. That is very interesting for us, and I'm very happy that you have time to present this to us in Burkina Faso. We can clap also one for him. So after the lunch, we will come to continue. Il demande si quelqu'un a quand même une question. Moi, je suis fatigué, mais si vous voulez, on peut prendre 5 minutes, on pose la question et on va faire la pause et puis après, on va revenir. OK? Donc, s'il y a une question qui brûle, on peut poser. Il n'y a pas de problème. Hein? OK? Il y a une question? Quelqu'un a une question? OK. On a une question.
OK, merci, Monsieur Jorgen, pour la présentation. Vraiment, c'est un excellent module qui est le module moderne de Drupal Rule. Voilà. Ma question, c'est... Bon, j'ai essentiellement deux questions. Voilà. La première question concerne plutôt surtout l'infra. Voilà. Donc, est-ce que le module IC a des impacts sur la performance serveur lors des déclenchements massifs d'événements, par exemple? Et si oui, comment l'optimiser côté infra? Est-ce qu'il y a déjà des trucs qui sont déjà préparés pour ça dans les futures versions? Et la deuxième question, vu que c'est un module d'automatisation, donc ça va déclencher des actions. Et concernant les attaques CRSF, est-ce que il y a des couches de sécurité supplémentaires ou bien le module peut être greffé avec certains modules traditionnels tels que tout le kit de Drupal pour encore renforcer la sécurité. Voilà, il ne faudrait pas, par exemple, que un attaquant puisse envoyer des liens piégés et autoriser l'exécution d'un prisonnier, par exemple. Voilà, donc c'est là mes deux préoccupations. Ou bien même envoyer une livraison à une fausse adresse. Voilà, ce sont des automatisations que, voilà, on peut passer par des liens piégés et puis voilà, rediriger ces éléments-là. Voilà, si vous pouvez nous en parler un peu plus sur la couche de sécurité à ce niveau. Merci.
Je prends ton document pour essayer de traduire fidèlement. C'est bien ça? OK. You say we heard Mr. Jorgen. He said that he want to know, he have two questions. His one question is about the infrastructure and the security of the ECR model. He say when there is multiple action that are executed on the website using ECA, this can have impact on the what I say, the speed of the server or other thing like this, or to shut down the system. There is something to optimize this kind of issue we can bring, or there is no issue that when we execute many action in ECA, the infrastructure don't go down. And the other question about the security issue is how to have you something to against cross phishing and other thing like attack on the website, or when we have a wrong link can be sent to deceive people when I automatize like a delivering of codes. Why? How can be sure that there is no traffic on my website who can give me wrong link or wrong address to deliver something?
Very good questions. Let me start with the first one about performance. We have done a lot of benchmarking, and we cannot measure any impact on the performance of the Drupal site. Having said that, every time you install an extra module on a Drupal site, that's PHP code that will do extra things. Not all the time, but when its functionality is required. That will always take some CPU cycles, so some time to process that extra code. And the same applies to ECA models. But we have developed ECA from the very beginning with security and performance and scalability in mind. So as far as we know, there is no negative impact on performance for the Drupal site. It's just the same as if the functionality would have been developed in PHP directly. Now, if it comes to the second question, how can I make sure that an ECA model is not showing the wrong content on my Drupal site? The answer to that question is more difficult because nobody can give you a guarantee, but nobody can give you that guarantee for the content that content editors are creating on your Drupal site, because somebody could just by mistake write the wrong sentence. And the only way to find that out is by testing it, looking at the site, whether there is the correct content. What we have done in ECA, spend a lot of time in the last year to give you something that makes it easier to test and verify that your diagrams, your ECA models are doing the right thing. But testing it and finding it out and verifying it is still a manual task, very much like auditing the content on your site. Does that answer your questions?
I think that you try to give the best answer you can. And she also add another thing. Can we use a Drupal toolkit to add on ECA model to do more the model or not?
I'm not sure that I fully understand the question. What do you mean by the Drupal toolkit? Well, first of all, yes, you can put more things in to enhance the capabilities of ECA. I think that was part of the question. You can even use AI tools that come with Drupal and let AI help you build ECA models. But I'm not sure if that's all that was in that question.
Okay. Okay, we appreciate the answer. I think that does give an idea to the attendee who asked the question. Je ne sais pas si ça répond à peu près. Je sais que ce n'est pas exact, mais il englobe un peu. En fait, il te fait comprendre qu'il n'y a pas de sécurité zéro, ça c'est un, mais c'est un outil flexible qui a été pensé pour ne pas charger le serveur. Dès qu'on le développe ou qu'on l'utilise, qu'on le déploie, le déclenchement des actions n'a pas des effets autres que ce qu'une application PHP normale peut faire. Donc, ça ne va pas en effet charger plus qu'une application normale. Maintenant, quant au système de sécurité, c'est ce qu'il dit, il n'y a pas de sécurité zéro. Mais s'il y a des outils Drupal que tu peux déployer en plus pour augmenter la sécurité de ton site, en utilisant ici, tu peux le faire. Voilà. Mais eux, ils l'ont pensé vraiment sécurisé dès le début. Ils essaient de lutter chaque jour contre tout ce qui est possibilité et ils essaient d'assurer que les actions ici ne soient pas tronquées aussi. Parce que, comme tu l'as dit, qu'est-ce qui prouve que bon, l'action n'a pas été interceptée, etc. Mais ça dépend de ta plateforme, de ton infrastructure aussi et sur quoi tu travailles. Donc, en gros, je ne sais pas si ça répond un peu à ta question. Voilà. OK. Mr. Erogen, I think that you give the most answer that can give her an idea about his preoccupation. And I want to thank you so much for your disponibility. And it is time now for her to go to break. And thank you for being with her. And we can clap one for Mr. Jorgen. And I think that you are working with SAR team also.
Yes, I am. And thank you very much for having me. It was great fun doing that presentation. And I wish you a lot of fun with the rest of the Drupal camp.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Enjoy your lunch break.
Okay.
We'll
Thank
see you
you.
with the next.
Team?
We'll see you with the next speakers when we get back from the break.
OK. Merci.
Merci.
Bye.
D'accord. OK. Merci. Bon, les gars, on va prendre la pause. Voilà. On va prendre une pause rapide, se rafraîchir, boire quelque chose, prendre des petits cactus. On va venir continuer. Ce module ici, après la pause, je vais prendre juste 5 minutes pour développer certains aspects qui vont intéresser les utilisateurs, les entreprises et les développeurs. Et on va continuer, introduire sur un autre module avec eux. Voilà. Merci bien. Bon, la pause, c'est où? Quand nous descendons carrément, nous partons à gauche. OK, donc voilà. C'est la route comme ça. Donc, vous pouvez aller pour la pause. Ça se comprend. Bon, on essaie de faire 2 fois pour on laisse en anglais après. Tout est dénaturé. Mais bon. Les gars, et notre tata Evelyne Lompo est là dans la salle. Elle a des petits gadgets, des petits parfums. Voilà, elle aussi est venue nous dire bonjour. Et je peux vous dire qu'elle a été beaucoup pour que la négociation pour cette salle pour nous, elle a été beaucoup à la base. Donc, vous pouvez, n'hésitez pas de lui dire un bonjour rapide, pas forcément dire de payer, mais dire bonjour. Si vous voulez prendre son produit qui vous intéresse, c'est bon aussi. C'est une manière aussi de créer un écosystème économique numérique. Voilà, donc passez lui dire bonjour, ce serait une bonne chose. Et regardez ce qu'elle expose.
Petit prix, 6 000, 10 000. Ah, c'est ton patron. Le patron va payer pour toi. C'est eux qui ont fait la salle. Voilà. Voilà. Mais ici. C'est je ne sais pas. D'accord.
Allô, 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 allô. Bonjour, comment vous allez? 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 Bonjour, bonjour, comment vous allez? Bonjour, comment vous allez? Là-bas, ça a coupé le micro totalement. Bonjour, comment vous allez? Bonjour, comment vous allez? Le deuxième que tu as touché là a baissé le son. Allô, voilà, tu vois, lui, il augmente. Allô, voilà. Allô, 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 allô. Voilà, faut prendre un truc pour Coro aussi. Il y a quoi qu'ils ont fait? PDP seulement. D'accord. Bon, faut voir, tu nous amènes un aussi. Tu amènes 2 croissants pour nous. Bon. C'est pas gros quand même, mais bon. Ouais. Bah, on va faire comment?
Welcome, Clara. Thank you. Oh, I think you are on mute, but that's okay.
Yes, now you hear me.
Perfect. So yeah, they're going to start 15 minutes after the hour. We should be all good. Looks like you didn't have any
Yes.
trouble connecting, so.
No, in browser, because you're not allowed to install this, but in browser.
Ah, okay. Hopefully the screen share doesn't have any trouble, but I don't think it should.
No, I'm gonna test that immediately. Where was it again? Share. Or it says in Dutch, deel.
Let's see.
So I'm gonna share this whole screen here because I want to switch every now and then, possibly.
Perfect.
You see my presentation?
Yep.
And if I start this, then
Yep.
you should be able to. And if needs be, if a question comes, I can go to my websites.
Perfect. Awesome. So I think we can.
So how are you?
So
For you,
we have maybe 10 minutes left, and
Yeah,
we will be
yeah.
back.
Absolutely. 10 or 15 minutes even, whatever's good for you. We'll wait for you. We're just making sure it's all set up. Cool. So yeah, we can just hang out. I'll probably go off camera again, and we'll get ready for 10, 15 past the hour.
Yes. So how are you? How early is it for you?
Oh, it is now. It's 6 in the morning now, so the sun is up or coming up. But it was, yeah, it started at
That's brutal.
around 2 in the morning is when it started for me. So it's all right. Once a year, it's all right.
Once. And all the
Well,
rest you
twice. Tomorrow too.
do. As long as I'm gone at 4 o'clock here, so 2 o'clock.
Good. Not too difficult.
I have a concert this evening and tomorrow.
Oh, lovely.
I sing in a project choir and we do something very symphonic and whatever with movement and
Oh, that sounds
Romeo
very.
and Juliet. I'm one of the Capulets.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah. Bit of a busy week. And so yesterday I had missed half of the general rehearsal because my eldest had to go to the hospital.
Oh no.
It's nothing serious, so it's okay. He got asthma and the doctor was afraid it was something terrible instead. So, but no, it's nothing terrible instead. It's asthma.
Yeah, I had a lot of asthma when I was a child, so got better when I got.
It started 5 years ago, so
Yeah.
20.
I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break and get some water.
Yes, please do.
Allô? Allô?
Hello.
On va demander aux gens de commencer à rentrer.
Are you just about ready for us to get started here?
Aujourd'hui, c'est une journée de démonstration. Demain, c'est une journée pratique. C'est une journée pratique de développement et d'installation de certains outils. Et aujourd'hui, on va parler beaucoup des possibilités de Drupal. On va parler des modules, des avantages, ce qu'on peut faire avec. Demain, on va faire quelques exemples d'applications. Voilà.
Wonderful. Clara, why don't you take it away?
Okay, I'll start. Mais moi, je vais faire ma présentation en français.
Donc, on va demander aux gens de commencer à rentrer
Ah oui, ok.
pour qu'on puisse commencer à rentrer, pour qu'on puisse commencer.
Ok. Vous me dites quand je commence.
Hi, team. We will come back soon. Clara, sorry for this delay.
Pas de problème.
On est désolé du temps mis, du décalage.
Il n'y a pas de problème. J'ai le travail aussi et j'ai pas de meeting cet après-midi, alors c'est super. Je m'adapte. Vous me dites quand ils sont là?
OK. Je pense dans 5 minutes, on pourra commencer.
Super.
On a fait la pause, donc les gens sont en train de revenir. Et on a débordé un peu avec la session de Jorgen, donc on a donné un peu plus de temps aux gens. Il est
C'est
13 heures
normal.
ici. Voilà.
Ouais, ici en Belgique, il est 15 heures.
Ah, d'accord.
15h15.
OK. Alors, je ne sais pas s'il y a toujours des retardateurs, mais on va autoriser Clara à commencer. Les gens vont prendre un cours. Clara, tu fais ta présentation en français?
Ah oui, c'est pas ma première langue, mais j'essaie.
D'accord, OK. Ben, ça va.
Est-ce
OK.
que mes slides sont bien visibles dans la salle déjà?
Tu arrives à nous voir?
Vous voyez le Drupal chez VDAB?
Oui, oui, Drupal chez
Ok,
VDAB,
super. Oui,
on voit le slide.
super. Alors, je démarre.
OK. OK. Donc, je pense que tu peux commencer, te présenter, et puis voilà, tu as le temps pour nous présenter ton sujet. Merci d'être là avec nous.
Merci de m'avoir invité et je suis
OK.
ravie d'être chez vous et de vous raconter un peu ce que c'est la VDAB, qui nous sommes, ce que nous faisons comme partie du gouvernement. Alors, je commence. Pourquoi? C'est quoi la VDAB? C'est le Vlaamse Dienst voor Arbeidsbemiddeling en Beroepsopleiding. C'est en néerlandais, c'est ma langue maternelle. Ça veut dire le service public de l'emploi flamand. Et pourquoi pas belge? Parce que on est un tout petit pays, mais c'est compliqué, comme un peu partout dans le monde. La partie jaune, c'est la Flandre, on parle le néerlandais. On est 6 millions. La partie rouge, c'est le côté francophone. Ils sont à 3000 et quelques, presque 4. Il y a la communauté germanophone aussi, et il y a Bruxelles, qui est toutes les langues du monde presque, et qui est entourée par la Flandre. La situation politique fait que le service public de l'emploi s'est divisé en 3. Une pour la Flandre, une pour la Wallonie et une pour Bruxelles, mais on travaille bien ensemble parce qu'il y a beaucoup de gens qui habitent à Bruxelles ou qui travaillent en Flandre ou l'inverse. Comme ça, vous savez un peu de notre petit monde qui est la Belgique. Mon équipe, je vous présente mon équipe à Bruxelles. On est plusieurs à travailler Drupal. On n'a que 5 développeurs Drupal, front-end et back-end. Moi, je suis chef d'équipe, aussi un testeur, quelqu'un de chez Opération. Et c'est assez grand peut-être comme équipe, mais c'est pas juste un site web qu'on fait. Alors, je vous explique comment ça marche dans l'architecture de VDAB. Chez nous, le Drupal, c'est plutôt une plateforme pour utiliser et pour avoir comme une porte d'entrée pour les gens, pour toutes les applications qui existent chez VDAB en Java ou des trucs qu'on a achetés ou des trucs qu'on utilise depuis tellement longtemps qu'on a oublié dans quel système c'est fait. Et pourquoi c'est tellement compliqué? C'est parce qu'on n'avait pas assez d'argent pour avoir beaucoup de gens qui faisaient le travail en papier avec leurs mains et beaucoup de contacts avec les clients. Parce qu'on a ce site web, on est à 400 informaticiens chez VDAB, mais sinon il faudrait 4000 gens pour faire tout ce travail. Parce qu'il y a tellement de gens qui viennent sur notre site web et qui n'ont pas besoin de gens qui leur aident. Ils peuvent eux-mêmes chercher des boulots, ils peuvent eux-mêmes envoyer leur CV vers un employeur. Les employeurs, ils peuvent poster leurs emplois. Les partenaires qui travaillent avec nous peuvent faire les mêmes tâches que nous, dans les mêmes applications que nous. Et c'est pour ça que c'est tellement compliqué. Aussi, il faut que ça soit secure, parce qu'on a le droit à regarder toutes les données des gens, leur âge, s'ils sont en bonne santé ou quelque chose comme ça. On doit être très attentif avec ça. Pour cela, on a une équipe à part qui fait l'accès, qui peut voir quoi, qui a quel rôle. Il donne des clés et nous, chez Drupal, on donne ces clés à toutes les applications. Alors, on a 4 grands sites web, celui pour les employés ou ceux qui n'ont pas d'emploi, celui pour les employeurs, celui pour les partenaires et l'intranet. Et chacun a son propre menu. Dans le site web, on voit, là on voit le travail, là on voit où trouver une éducation, ou peut-être un moyen pour être moins cher pour l'employeur, quelque chose comme ça. Et toutes les règles qu'il faut connaître. Et tout ça, c'est dans Drupal. Mais on donne ce menu aussi aux applications qui ne sont pas intégrées dans Drupal. Il y a des applications qui sont, ici, ça s'appelle des widgets. C'est le terme anglais, je ne sais pas trop bien le nom français. Mais c'est des petites applications qui sont dans les pages de Drupal. Il y a aussi des applications qui sont tout à part, mais qui ont notre menu et notre login et le truc pour faire des recherches et tout ça. Ils prennent ça de chez nous en forme HTML. Comme ça, partout où on est, on ne sait pas trop bien comme visiteur, est-ce qu'on est dans Drupal ou pas. Il n'y a pas de problème, parce qu'on en voit partout le même style, on voit partout le même menu, on voit partout les mêmes trucs qui vous aident à chercher ce que vous voulez. Et pour ça, c'est assez balèze comme système avec ces 4 sites web qui sont une plateforme pour toutes ces applications et pour les données qui sont derrière, quoi, les API et les bases de données. Et puis, juste une vue c'est en néerlandais. Pour aller regarder, c'est possible d'aller regarder l'URL est là. Je vais vous aussi donner ma présentation, comme ça vous pouvez après aller regarder où vous voulez. Alors ici, on voit le site, la première page du site avec certaines applications qui sont là-dedans et qui sont destinées à des gens anonymes. Là, le site ne sait pas qui je suis, mais je peux chercher des boulots, jobs, c'est appelé en néerlandais. Je peux chercher une éducation, ça s'appelle opleiding, ou peut-être, je ne sais pas très bien quel boulot est pour moi. Je n'ai pas de boulot, mais je veux faire quelque chose, mais qu'est-ce que je peux faire avec tous les moyens que j'ai, quoi. Je connais des langues, je connais ceci, je connais ça, qui a besoin de moi. Par contre, si je vais entrer dans le site et je vais, là, c'est pas mon nom, c'est le nom du collègue à moi, Joris Handstanger. Et là, c'est plus précis. C'est toi, tu as essayé de trouver un job, mais quelqu'un t'a contacté ou tu dois faire plus d'efforts parce que sinon tu vas perdre tous tes avantages, quoi. Et c'est des messages. Il ne faut pas envoyer des lettres en papier, il ne faut pas envoyer des mails. C'est juste dans le système, on peut mettre des petites notes sur quelqu'un de précis. Tu as du travail ou tu as des demandes d'emploi. Par contre, l'autre côté, vous connaissez assez bien, je suppose, quand vous travaillez avec Drupal, c'est le côté du rédacteur, éditeur ou écrivain dans le site web qui peuvent gérer le contenu. Les petites applications des autres équipes, ils peuvent commencer une nouvelle page, par exemple, il y a une grande société qui fait faillite et il y a beaucoup de gens qui tout d'un coup seront sans emploi. On fait une page exprès pour ces gens-là et on dit, vous avez ce genre d'éducation, il y a beaucoup de gens qui veulent vous employer. Voici une recherche spécifique pour le genre de job que vous avez. Comme ça, avec une petite application de recherche d'emploi spécifique pour eux, ils sont plus vite utiles pour les autres employeurs, quoi. Et pour eux, c'est bien aussi d'avoir cette petite facilité. On est un petit pays, mais on a quand même beaucoup de visiteurs, plus de 2 millions par mois. C'est des chiffres de 24, mais pour 25, c'est à peu près pareil, ça reste pareil. Sur le site web pour les rechercheurs d'emploi ou les employés, parce qu'il y a aussi des gens qui sont déjà employés qui veulent changer d'emploi, ils peuvent chercher chez nous aussi. La plupart viennent avec son téléphone portable. Il y a 10 ans, c'était presque rien. Le côté mobile, c'était tout sur l'ordinateur, mais là, c'est plutôt toujours par le téléphone portable. Presque le même site pour les employeurs. Alors, ils peuvent gérer le genre d'emploi qu'ils ont. Ils peuvent aider aussi, demander de l'aide parce que si ça ne va pas trop bien de trouver des gens, peut-être que le texte des demandes d'emploi n'est pas assez clair. Il faut quelqu'un qui leur essaye avec du coaching pour faire ça plus facilement. Il y a aussi des avantages qu'ils peuvent avoir s'ils emploient quelqu'un qui n'est pas parfait, disons, qui a étudié tout ce que l'employeur demande, mais qui a peut-être un peu moins d'études. Et si l'employeur dit, tu sais quoi, je vais lui donner des cours moi-même pour ce job ici, il peut avoir un avantage pour ça. Comme ça, il doit payer pour les premiers mois un peu moins pour cette personne et le gouvernement paye le reste. Parce que on sait très bien que ça aide beaucoup pour des gens qui n'ont pas assez d'éducation. Ils sont éduqués par l'employeur même. Et là, c'est un avantage pour tout le monde, quoi. C'est la même chose, côté anonyme, on a un peu d'explication, mais quand on entre dans le site et on fait le login, alors là, on a ces vacatures en soi, on a ces personnes qu'on est en train de parler avec, et il y a beaucoup de trucs qui peuvent être faits par eux-mêmes, ils ne doivent pas attendre que quelqu'un leur aide, ils peuvent faire la plupart du travail eux-mêmes. Il y a beaucoup moins de visiteurs, évidemment, parce qu'il y a moins d'employeurs que personnes qui peuvent être employées. C'est en néerlandais, mais la plupart des choses qu'ils recherchent dans le moteur de recherche sur le site, c'est les avantages qu'ils peuvent avoir, les règles du jeu et leur demande d'emploi qu'ils lancent, qu'ils gèrent, qu'ils enlèvent quand ils n'ont plus besoin. Et puis, le site pour les partenaires, c'est à peu près la même chose. C'est par exemple des éducateurs qui ne sont pas du gouvernement, mais qui travaillent pour le gouvernement. Ils doivent suivre les mêmes principes, ils doivent suivre les mêmes règles, alors ils doivent avoir le même contenu que chez intranet, mais pas tout le contenu vient de l'intranet. Ils doivent avoir ce qui est pour eux. Alors pour les éducateurs, c'est comme si, pour d'autres partenaires, et tout est en fait le moteur de recherche, et c'est ce qu'ils peuvent voir et ce qu'ils peuvent pas voir. Leur menu est différent, l'accès à des choses c'est différent, et aussi parce qu'il s'agit de lois et de règles, il y a aussi il faut avoir une archive de qu'est-ce qu'on a dit quand, parce que s'il y a une dispute, ça doit être possible pour nous de savoir, ah, ce jour-là, c'était comme ça sur le site web, alors ce qu'il a lu là, c'était comme ça. Alors chez nous, c'était correct, il n'a juste pas bien expliqué. Ou non, chez nous, c'était pas correct à ce moment-là, c'est notre faute. Donc, pour ça, c'est assez grand notre archive, mais ça va quoi. Drupal n'est pas trop mal pour ça. Là, c'est la version personnalisée. Alors, tout le monde a son propre menu qui est différent pour chacun. Et le moteur de recherche aussi, c'est privé. Chacun, ce qu'ils peuvent voir et ce qu'ils ne peuvent pas voir. Et puis l'intranet, là, tout le monde, il n'y a pas d'anonyme, tout le monde est connu là. Alors, chacun peut mettre, il y a les nouvelles qui viennent d'en haut. Et puis, il y a le côté où on peut mettre un petit photo ou tous les trucs qu'on a besoin pour faire son boulot. Il y a des trucs que tout le monde doit avoir, comme tout ce qui est personnel, tout ce qui est son dossier à soi-même. Mais chercher les collègues, qui est qui, ou les favoris, parce qu'il y a des pages qui sont peut-être difficiles à trouver, mais aussi les pages sur lesquelles on a l'intérêt spécial, parce que c'est vraiment son boulot. On sait, ah, il y a quelque chose de changé pour les pages que moi, je veux vraiment savoir, ou quelqu'un qui est mort, des collègues, on veut savoir pour pouvoir donner nos condoléances à la famille et à ce collègue direct. C'est des petites notices, c'est vraiment très connecté là. On est en train de travailler là-dessus parce qu'il y a plus de petits blocs qui doivent être impératifs. Par exemple, si tu es quelqu'un qui est en réception et tu vois des gens tout le temps, il faut avoir certains trucs là. Ou si par exemple, tu es des gens qui est au téléphone numéro 48 pour répondre à la question, tu as d'autres trucs que tu dois savoir. Et maintenant, c'est un peu, tout le monde peut choisir, mais ça va changer vers ce genre de fonction, tu as besoin de ces blocs-là. Un exemple de ces blocs qu'on peut choisir. Ça, c'est les gens qui sont au téléphone. Ils doivent chaque matin lire sur quelle page il y a eu des changements. Parce que quand ils répondent au téléphone, ils doivent répondre vite. Alors, ils doivent connaître leur truc, quoi. Ils doivent savoir s'il y a quelque chose qui change. Et s'ils vont plus loin, ils vont là en jaune, ça a changé. C'est le truc qu'ils doivent savoir qui a changé aujourd'hui. Parce que quand quelqu'un te demande là, il faut changer de réponse, quoi. Parce que la vitesse est importante pour eux, ils ont deux façons de chercher. Ils ont leur moteur de recherche qui n'est pas de la façon Google, c'est-à-dire que le plus important ne vient pas plus haut. Non, il y a chaque fois leur arbre de pages qui revient, mais c'est filtré. Alors, toutes les pages qui ont un résultat sont là-dedans, les autres ne sont pas là-dedans, mais l'ordre ne change pas. Ou ils peuvent aller à l'autre recherche, qui est comme on a plus l'habitude, c'est le plus important, c'est plus haut, et le reste, c'est plus en bas. Ils peuvent aller d'un côté à l'autre pour voir ce qui marche mieux pour eux. Et il y a un troisième moteur de recherche qui viendra s'ajouter là-dedans, c'est un moteur de recherche avec l'intelligence artificielle. Mais c'est pas fini encore, c'est pas assez sûr. Ça, c'est un truc que notre équipe a fait nous-mêmes en JavaScript. C'est aussi bien fait parce qu'il y a des collègues aveugles qui doivent aussi être capables d'utiliser ce truc assez compliqué. Alors, on s'est bien testé et c'est accessible à eux aussi. Le moteur de recherche pour tout le monde, on a beaucoup de moteurs de recherche dans l'intranet. Ils recherchent partout. Ils recherchent qui est qui. Ils recherchent dans les bases de données que toi, tu as le droit de rechercher. Celui des gens qui sont au téléphone gratuit est ouvert pour tout le monde, mais celui, par exemple, du service de l'informatique, c'est pas ouvert pour tout le monde. C'est pour les gens qui répondent aux questions de problèmes avec les ordinateurs ou les serveurs ou quoi que ce soit. C'est fermé pour les autres. Et en ce moment, il y a 20 bases de données séparées avec leur propre moteur de recherche. Et c'est du travail pour mettre tout ça dans Drupal, mais c'est beaucoup moins cher que d'acheter à chaque service leur propre système pour mettre toute leur base de données et tout ça. Alors, ça, une fois qu'on a créé ça, après, c'est juste ajouter les gens. Il y a beaucoup d'applications achetées qui peuvent être jetées à la poubelle. Et, c'est en fait une manière de réduire le coût. Il y a aussi les bâtiments chez VDAB, avec tout ce qu'il y a là-dedans. Est-ce qu'il y a des endroits pour faire une conférence ou pour parler juste avec une personne? C'est tout dans l'intranet. Comme ça, vous savez un peu ce qu'on fait. Il y a aussi un tout petit site ou deux qui sont juste du contenu et pas beaucoup de choses. Et pour cela, on a un multi-site Drupal pour être vite capable de lancer un petit site qui n'est pas trop seulement VDAB, mais qui est peut-être en partenariat ou qui doit avoir son propre domaine. Juste pour dire, chez nous, on a 3 modules qu'on entretient. Elasticsearch, Search API, parce qu'on était obligé de travailler avec Elasticsearch, parce qu'on a plutôt une boîte Java. Il n'y avait pas de Search API comme on voulait, alors on a fait nous-mêmes. Et puis, il y a JSON-log pour le logs, et Simple Life CSS, c'est un petit truc pour permettre aux seulement admin, pas les autres en général, permettre de faire du live CSS sur le site web qui est plus important que tous les autres CSS. Ça peut nous aider par exemple, il y a une petite application et il y a un problème avec et ça se présente pas ou très mauvaisement. Avec du live CSS, on peut juste cacher l'application temporairement jusqu'au moment que c'est réparé. Mais aussi, si demain je veux que tout le site web a une autre couleur, je pourrais le faire. Je ne vais pas le faire, mais ce serait possible. Alors, c'est un truc très dangereux, quoi, et très bien géré. On a aussi trouvé un truc de sécurité il y a un jour, il y a longtemps, mais on était le premier, alors ça a devenu une issue sur Drupal.org que VDAB a aidé. Et puis, on aide aussi, moi, je fais partie du Drupal User Group Belgium et j'aide à organiser les DrupalCAMP en Belgique. Et 2 fois déjà, j'ai aidé aussi pour les Dev Days qui ont été 2 fois en Belgique. Et chez VDAB aussi, on a fait un Open Sprint et peut-être plus tard, on fait un autre. C'était sympa. Un peu plus sur le Elasticsearch API. Un écran de recherche de base, on en a besoin souvent. On a chaque fois un champ de recherche, des résultats avec un titre, des fragments, peut-être un URL. C'est chaque fois la même chose et quelques filtrages. Notre module fait ça. Et après, il faut juste ajouter ou changer un peu les trucs, mais on réutilise chaque fois les mêmes éléments, quoi. Par exemple, sur le site web, il faut que ça soit simple parce que tout le monde de tout le pays, avec toutes les éducations, beaucoup d'éducation, peu d'éducation, doivent être capables d'utiliser le même moteur de recherche. Alors, il n'y a pas de filtre, il n'y a rien de difficile là-dedans. C'est vraiment fait pour. Mais sur l'intranet, c'est très compliqué. C'est des gens qui connaissent leur truc, qui savent très bien comment leur moteur de recherche marche et qui savent très bien utiliser ça. Pour les partenaires, l'extranet, c'est un peu entre les deux, quoi. Mais le plus important, c'est on n'a pas le droit de voir des trucs qu'on ne peut pas voir. Alors pour cela, ça va être sécure. On a aussi pas mal de trucs pour être sûr que tout reste en marche. On a on utilise Behat parce que c'est très bien pour tester fonctionnellement si notre site web marche. Par exemple, je suis anonyme et je vais sur cette page et quand je fais une recherche, il faut au moins qu'il y ait un élément avec ce titre ou cette classe ou ID doit être là. On a aussi des régressions, c'est plutôt visuel, c'est avec Baxter.ps qu'on utilise pour comparer une image avec comment ça a l'air en ce moment. Par exemple, ici, on a un test qui a dit non, c'est rouge, c'est pas la même chose, parce que apparemment, en ce moment, il y avait un petit texte pour dire qu'il y a un problème avec le site web et tout le reste a bougé vers le bas à cause de ça. Alors, le test n'était pas bien, mais c'est normal, il y a une explication, alors c'est OK. Ça nous aide aussi à voir si, par exemple, si les designers ont changé en photo, quelque chose comme ça, il faut qu'on sait, parce que parfois, ça casse les choses, et comme ça, on sait le jour même, ah, ça a changé, c'est normal, on peut approuver, quoi. Autre chose que j'utilise, c'est Grafana, c'est pour savoir si les serveurs se sentent bien aujourd'hui, s'il n'y a pas d'attaque ou je ne sais pas quoi. Autre chose que j'utilise, c'est du varnish caching. Et je trouve que c'est assez fort parce que l'intranet, on est à même pas 5000 collègues, tout dans la Flandre. Alors, il y a 3000 visites en même temps, maximum. Mais il n'y a pas de varnish parce que tout le monde est connu, tout leur contenu est différent par personne. Par contre, le site web avec les 2 millions de visiteurs par mois et du varnish, les serveurs, ils ont que le double du trafic. Là, on voit 20 versus 10 de requêtes en même temps, quoi, à cause du varnish. Sinon, ce serait impossible et impayable. Alors là, c'est le site web en haut et on va jusqu'à 20. Là, c'est l'intranet en bas et on va jusqu'à 10. Alors, les Apache, eux, ça va, quoi. Est-ce qu'il y a des questions en français or in English? Are there questions?
Merci, Clara. Avant de demander à la salle s'il y a des questions, je vais juste dire deux mots complémentaires. Ce qu'on vient de voir, c'est ce qu'on appelle en anglais un use case, c'est-à-dire qu'un cas d'utilisation de Drupal qui a été fait sur un projet concret en Belgique et c'est ce qu'elle a essayé d'exposer. Donc, elle montre un site qui a été fait pour, en fait, c'est au niveau gouvernemental, je pense, hein. C'est bien ça?
C'est pas
Voilà,
nouveau,
pour
les troupes
regrouper,
communautaires.
OK,
On
voilà, pour
travaille
regrouper
depuis.
d'un côté les chercheurs d'emploi, les offreurs d'emploi et les partenaires intermédiaires qui peuvent venir. Donc, c'est une vaste plateforme qui gère beaucoup de sites web par derrière. Et ils ont utilisé Drupal pour ça et ils ont même montré un système de monitoring où, avec Drupal, tu peux développer ça, regarder, savoir ce qui se passe sur tes différents serveurs, tout ce qui se passe, etc., etc. Et vraiment, c'est un outil puissant. Donc, c'est use case, on peut l'utiliser ici aussi dans plusieurs applications. Mais avant d'y arriver, je vais laisser la parole si quelqu'un a une question par rapport à ce cas d'utilisation des sites sur les emplois, les chercheurs d'emploi, les offreurs d'emploi, les intermédiaires, ainsi de suite. Est-ce que vous avez une question? Est-ce qu'il y a quelque chose qui vous échappe ou il y a quelque chose que vous voulez dire? Oui. Il y a une question? C'est bon? OK. Donc, Clara, je pense qu'il n'y a pas de questions bien expliquées. Et merci pour l'effort de parler en français. C'est vraiment intéressant. Tim, I think that Clara make a good presentation in French. And
Yes,
it was,
I wish I had the
yes.
language skills. I wish I could do it myself, but that was wonderful. Thank you so much, Clara. We really appreciate it. Thank you for joining and sharing everything with everyone in the room. We're very, very grateful. Is there anything else you would like to quickly share or plug before we begin to get ready to hand it to Jasmine?
Yes.
Just thank you
do you have,
sorry, go ahead, Clara.
No. Okay, yeah. Just thank you for the possibility to improve my French again, because it's good to use it.
Very good.
And see you, and maybe next time.
See you. Thank you so much. On peut l'applaudir.
Very good. Thank you, Clara. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Tim. Do you have something to add before we move?
I don't think so. I think we can introduce Jasmine if we're ready to go, and I'll have Jasmine get ready to get started in just a moment. So I'll let you do the introduction. And as a reminder, we will be back to English. So
I will ask you 3 minutes to add something on what Clara said before Jasmine to begin. Welcome, Jasmine. I'm very happy to meet you. OK. Alors, je disais que je vais clarifier un peu ce cas d'utilisation et qu'est-ce qui peut être fait, par exemple, pour vous aujourd'hui au Burkina Faso et pour vous, les entreprises qui êtes là. C'est des exemples d'utilisation des services que Drupal peut offrir. On prend le cas, par exemple, de la Sonabel qui a beaucoup d'utilisateurs de différents niveaux. Donc, vous pouvez faire une plateforme pour recueillir les plaintes des utilisateurs, ce qu'ils veulent, ceux qui sont satisfaits, ceux qui n'ont pas été satisfaits, ceux qui ont eu des réponses, ceux qui n'ont pas eu de réponses. C'est un exemple. C'est un cas d'utilisation de ce genre. On peut faire un cas d'utilisation aussi pour voir quels sont ceux qui ont les types de compteurs installés chez eux, des 5 kWh ou pas, de quoi, etc., etc. Vous pouvez aussi faire des cas d'utilisation pour voir le recouvrement, qui a payé, qui n'a pas payé. Voilà. Et ça, c'est un exemple de site qui gère des entrées pour différents types d'utilisateurs. Et dans ce site web-là, quand tu rentres selon ton niveau, tu n'as pas le même menu que les autres. Si toi, tu es genre un directeur, tu as un autre menu. Si lui, il est un utilisateur, il a un autre menu. Si toi, tu es un chercheur d'emploi, tu as un autre menu. Par exemple, dans le cas associatif, qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire? Les agences de communication qui travaillent, les associations, par exemple, peuvent créer un portail pour chaque association qui rentre et se connecte et développe lui-même son site web sans connaître un seul code. Vous déployez des outils pour eux. L'association vient quand il rentre, il a un site web qui lui est dédié, mais il rentre sur ton interface et toi, tu as déjà développé les outils. L'association prend et pose ce qu'il veut et il met les couleurs l'association met les couleurs qu'elle veut et ça apparaît, les fonctionnalités qu'elle veut. Et toi, tu as une visibilité générale sur le nombre d'associations qui utilisent ta plateforme, qu'est-ce qu'elles font, qu'est-ce qu'elles partagent et qu'est-ce qu'elles peuvent avoir comme besoin. On peut faire ça pour plusieurs associations et à chaque association, son interface. D'autres peuvent l'utiliser pour faire plusieurs sites web pour des formations. Par exemple, des formations. On peut faire une plateforme comme ça où les utilisateurs se connectent par catégorie ou par classe ou par niveau de connaissance pour se former. Ces cas d'utilisation qu'ils ont utilisés ici pour ces sites web-là, à la fin, elle a mis les modules qu'ils ont utilisés et les différents soutiens qu'ils ont reçus. Donc, quand on parle des cas d'utilisation dans Drupal, c'est ça. Ici au Burkina, on peut faire un site web pareil, mais appliqué dans le domaine étudiantin. Ceux qui ont fini, ceux qui sont en licence, ceux qui ont le master, ceux qui sont à la recherche d'emploi Et l'État aussi peut intervenir, l'homme d'emploi que l'État a pour eux et dans quel domaine l'État a, le nombre d'emplois que le privé a pour ces gens. Donc ça peut faire un objet de thèse même pour des étudiants ou même un nouveau business pour vous. Vous montez cette plateforme, vous partez voir le gouvernement. Voilà, aujourd'hui, on parle des recruteurs, des VDP et tout. Voilà, il y a plein de choses, il y a plein d'idées qui viennent. Vous pouvez faire une plateforme comme ça où quelqu'un qui a fini, par exemple, de faire sa formation, il rentre, il s'inscrit dans votre base de données. Quelqu'un veut un emploi, un employé ou un emploi, il rentre et cherche. Je cherche un développeur Drupal de tel niveau, de temps, il tape, il tombe sur la photo du gars. Et lui, il reçoit une lettre que quelqu'un a visité son site. LinkedIn le fait. Mais au niveau local, généralement, on n'a pas cette base de données de connaissances de nos ressources. Même en interne à une entreprise, souvent on n'a pas la base de données de connaissances des ressources réelles de l'entreprise. Donc, tout ce que nous faisons, c'est ce qu'on trouve sur Google. Mais quand tu regardes de donner une estimation réelle des nombres de chômeurs au Burkina, des nombres d'entreprises qui font offre d'emploi au Burkina, qui sont réellement des entreprises qui recrutent, tu vas faire le tour, je ne sais pas, à part les sites web qui, genre RMO, qui disent qu'ils offrent des emplois, je ne sais pas ce que tu vas en trouver qui soient vraiment fiables, anonymes et qui travaillent en coalition avec l'État et les partenaires ainsi que les sociétés privées. Ça peut être un exemple de projet pour les étudiants en fin d'études ou même pour les entreprises qui sont là. Vous pouvez développer ces outils-là pour voir le gouvernement et les demander de vous aider avec le service de l'ANPT ou du ministère de la Transition à déployer ce genre d'outils de collecte de données. Vous voyez, à la fin, elle te donne le nombre de visiteurs, qui a foi, qui n'a pas su, qu'est-ce que les gens cherchent le plus, qu'est-ce que les gens cherchent le moins. Et Drupal, voici ce qu'il permet de faire. C'est pour cela qu'on a parlé de ce cas d'utilisation de la Belgique pour le service public. Donc, vous pouvez l'adapter à différents niveaux. Voilà, merci. Oh, Tim, I think that Jasmine, sorry, I take your time, but I let you the floor now. You can start.
No problem at all. It is absolutely my pleasure to be here and be present with you all virtually. I'm in Atlanta, Georgia. It's like almost 10 a.m. here. So good morning, good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to attempt to share my screen. All right, can you all see my presentation? Okay, awesome. Let me get your wonderful faces back in my view. Okay, all right. So just a little adjustment to the programming. I just want to give a little background about who I am and where I work. So my name is Jasmine Epps. And I work for the Georgia Technology Authority. I don't know if you can see that behind me. But I work within the Office of Digital Services and Solutions. And so we are essentially a state agency that provides technology services to other state agencies. So we don't directly provide services to the constituents of Georgia, but we enable and empower other state agencies to better serve our constituents with technology. So just wanted to give a little bit of update to the program in there, and apologies for not doing that sooner. But yeah, so we kind of act as though like a designer tech agency for other state agencies. They are able to go out into the private sector and procure services, but we would like for them to come to us and get those services for cheaper so that they don't, they're good stewards of taxpayer dollars. So without further ado, I'll get into my presentation today, which will be more of a story of how Drupal empowered our team to better serve our state agencies and shift our mindset in how we deliver those services. So today I'm titled Serving Georgia with a Product Mindset, powered by Drupal. So like I said, we're going to get into a little intro about me and the product that I am the product owner of, and talk about how it shifted our mindset to more of a product mindset and helped us adopt this shifting left methodology. I'm also going to touch on a little bit of agile product development and how Drupal's platform allowed us to work more agile with such a lean team that we have here at the state. And how it also allowed us to focus more on what the constituents needed and have that drive the roadmap for developing our product, and how Drupal basically supports it all and allows us to do these things in a way that we haven't been able to accomplish with other technologies. And then we'll open it up for questions and open discussion. So hopefully in this session, you'll learn how GovHub, which is the product that I am the product owner of, it's a Drupal-based web publishing platform, and how it evolved our team's approach to project management, and allowed us to be more product focused. And I'll share insights on how our team, our service delivery approach, and how our constituent-driven roadmaps are all powered by Drupal's flexibility. So today, I hope that you will learn, how we adopted that product mindset, a little bit of agile development for lean teams. If you work in the government, you are given like a little bit of resources and you have to do a lot with that. So hopefully you'll take away some ways that you can work with in your teams as well. Best practices on how to prioritize those features that you get from listening to the constituents and listening to your customer needs, and how all of Drupal's built-in capabilities help with really common government web challenges. So again, my name is Jasmine Epps. I am the product owner of GovHub. GovHub is Georgia's state web publishing platform. So we host about a little over 90 state agencies at this point. They all use our platform to publish their websites. We maintain the code and all of the compliance and accessibility and usability, and they just manage their content, so they don't have to worry about all of that. And this is a bit of a story of how what we used to refer to as the platform, where we just kind of were building the tracks as we were on the train. And we formed GovHub as a result. And the migration from Drupal 7 to Drupal 8 is what gave us the opportunity to do so. Because as you may know, Drupal 7 is totally different from the way Drupal 8 and beyond works. And so that was an opportunity for us to just totally reframe our thinking around everything. So we'll start with a little bit of the pain points of where we started with all of this. Now, this is a photo of Atlanta traffic. Now, I'm going to assume that Atlanta's horror stories of the traffic being so terrible has reached beyond Atlanta and even have made it to Burkina Faso. I'm going to assume that maybe one or two of y'all have heard about how terrible our traffic is. And this is kind of an illustration of how things before GovHub came to be. And this is an analogy for our legacy approach to software development. It felt a lot like being stuck in Atlanta rush hour traffic, a bunch of lanes, everybody trying to get to where they want to go really fast, and sometimes at the same time, which would cause a bunch of accidents and just delay people even more. We started off, like I mentioned before, as a really small team, one product manager, one engineer, and at the time I was the QA analyst. So most of our sprints were consumed with development work. QA didn't take place until the very end of our sprints and left me very little time to remediate any or report any issues to the developer so that they could remediate them. So it was, very stressful. To make things even more difficult, we also had a development partner at the time where we didn't quite have a great process with them, where they would be doing their own development in their own environment, in their own silo. So then we just kind of come together at the end of the sprint and compare work and, hope that it all worked when we push it to production. So like, I wanted to show you this graphic too. And you probably won't be able to see it. It's very small writing, but this is kind of to illustrate how a lot of our software development lifecycle was very much shifted right. As you can see, a lot of stuff is happening at the very end of the process. And as you can see, if stuff break, we have to start all over again. And that made it very difficult to scale. We were constantly fixing bugs and things like that. And I'll get into the problems in the next slide. But, you know, having all of the development take up most of the sprint left very little time for us to actually address any issues that were introduced during that time. So some of the problems that were introduced, like I mentioned, there was no time to remediate any issues. So our sprint velocity lagged quite a bit. And it also, you know, we also had a very inconsistent release schedule. So sometimes we release sometimes we have to release once a month. Like, it was just very inconsistent. And that really didn't make for a good environment for us to be able to actually scale the product. You know, we were constantly just fixing bugs instead of providing innovative solutions for our state agencies. So it was a constant whack-a-mole of bug remediation. Not being in a combined environment as well with the development team we were working with, we also couldn't identify where, well, it was difficult to identify where bugs were actually introduced. And so this prolonged feature development, we just couldn't actually add more features. It was just keeping the ship afloat. So this is a live depiction of me at the end of every sprint, depressed and stressed out, hiding under my desk, very worried that I may have, you know, didn't catch every bug, or, you know, the developers didn't have enough time to go back and remediate the things I found. And so it was very stressful. So this is sometimes how I looked at the end of the day. And then the famous last words before the dread set in: we need to move, at the time, 80 plus websites from Drupal 7 to Drupal 8. And, you know, combined with not having like a really ironclad software development lifecycle, and being tasked with basically rewriting our entire platform. Because like I mentioned before, Drupal 7, the move from Drupal 7 to anything else after that is totally different, just totally rewriting everything. But instead of freaking out, just after we freaked out just a little bit, we took this opportunity to just reimagine how we offered this product to state agencies and how our team worked internally as a result. And so that helped us transition to a product mindset. And that's something that is not very common in the public space, because we don't sell products, right? Well, most agencies don't look at what they do as like a product. It's a service. These are things that our constituents are entitled to. And so we're not selling it to them. But in that mindset, sometimes we don't think about the quality of the service that we're providing. It's like, this is a thing you need. We know we have to give it to you by law or what have you. So we're not really totally thinking about how well it works or how much you enjoy, you know, getting your license renewed or getting a business license. Like, you know, you have to come to us. You can't go anywhere else to do those things. So here you go. And so that the product mindset is not really common in the public space. But I think what's unique about our agency is that we do sell products to state agencies. We sell technology solutions to other state agencies. So we had to start thinking about the things we were offering and providing value in that way. So understanding the product mindset, most of the aspects of that are being very user-centric. Like I said, you know, we don't have the luxury of being, you know, the Department of Driver Services, where that's the only place where you can go get your driver's license. The state agencies can go out in the private sector and find someone to build their website. Now, it may cost 3 times as much, you know, but that's their decision. So we had to be mindful of that and make sure that we're, you know, positioning ourselves to make our services, you know, user-friendly, attractive and continuously improving on those things over time. And so we wanted to focus more on outcomes rather than just checking a box saying that we did the thing that we were instructed to do or that we were meant to do by law. Because another thing is our state agency is government mandated, like we're government mandated to exist. And so we don't want to just take that for granted that we just here because the governor is, saying so. We also need to do our best to provide value and continuously improve on the services that we provide. So that was our opportunity to transition to the product mindset. Oh, wrong way. So another thing is the shifting left mindset that we adopted during this time. So if you're not familiar, shifting left is just moving certain aspects of your software development lifecycle earlier in the process. So that means talking more with the developers. Like I mentioned, we were working with this development team in the private sector. They kind of augmented our lean team, and there wasn't enough collaboration there in the beginning of the process. We didn't have as many stand-ups and things like that where we were checking in on their progress. We kind of just got an update towards the end of the sprint where they were with their development. QA was at the very end. Shifting left requires QA to happen throughout the process and to start very early. And so I can talk briefly about some of the tools that we use that allowed us to do that. But yeah, so another thing that we did was let's look at our software development lifecycle and see where adjustments can be made and see if we can shift some of these practices earlier in the process. So we also developed a real life agile product development methodology. Some may refer to it as Scrum, but that's just kind of like an industry framework. But agile is really just working iteratively to improve a product or develop a product. So working in small sprints and iterating on things as you go. And so some of the things that we implemented in our agile product development, which are very familiar with most methodologies, are backlog refinement. So before we met with our external development teams, we internally started doing backlog refinement. So we would look at the backlog together as a team internally and decide what we wanted to bring to the sprint each week or each sprint. And so us having a clear picture of our backlog allowed us to understand what was priority and what was not. What are the things that we really need to address and what we don't need to address? And what are some of the small wins that we could maybe take advantage of? What are the bugs that are really pressing that we don't need to just let get lost in the backlog? Let's surface those up and make sure that we put those in front of the developers, especially if they're customer facing bugs. So internal backlog refinement was key, and as well as sprint planning. So we adopted the RICE scoring methodology, and that's reach, impact, now I'm blanking. See, what is the C? Confidence, sorry. It's early in the morning here, my brain is barely awake. Confidence and effort. And so because we were in the private sector or public sector, we added a P on the front of that for policy. So our scoring methodology was called a price score. And because sometimes we'll just get a request from the governor's office and we just have to do it, like we don't have a choice. And so all of those other things don't matter as much. And it would give the whatever we were working on a higher price score depending on whether or not there was some politics involved. And so during sprint planning, we would look at our scored issues and how they were rated, what their score was, and prioritize our sprint based on that. So this helped us with our sprint velocity. Like it was a clear picture of what we were trying to achieve, and helped us, have actual sprint goals. Like, what are we actually trying to accomplish in this sprint, rather than just whack-a-mole, fix bugs, plug holes as we go. And this enabled the iterative value delivery, like I mentioned before, just iteratively improving on our product and actually building a roadmap that was achievable, because we had a lot more structure in our development process. And it's also allowed us to integrate feedback. Continuous improvement means nothing if we don't know if what we put out there actually is helping. So we, would put out release notes, so that that's something we weren't doing before. We started putting out release notes so that customers could see the value that was being added each sprint. So that helped us, it made us beholden to the constituents in a different way, because we're actually publishing what we're doing and the value that we're adding to this product that they have to use in order to interface with the government. So, and also retrospectives at the end of each sprint. So we would do sprint retros and just talk about as a team what went well, what didn't go well, how we can improve in the next sprint, things like that. So this, drastically changed the way that our team worked. And again, the shift left methodology, as you can see, everything is shifted, left a little bit more. One of the tools that enabled us to do this is a product called Tugboat that gives us environment previews for each pull request. So as soon as a developer has completed their work and they put in a pull request for their work, QA can begin on that work in a controlled environment that is basically a copy of our production environment, just with that pull request added. So I could QA that developer's work, let them know if it's good to go or not, and they had time earlier in the sprint to remediate those issues. And so that was one huge driver in allowing us to shift our processes left in the product development lifecycle. As you can see, this graph is just another illustration. The words are tiny, so I don't expect you to be able to see it, but as you can see, our processes got a lot more streamlined and a lot more clear, and allowing QA to take place sooner, it ensured that once that work got further along in the process, that we didn't have to do as many checks of the code. So once we were able to confirm it in our pull request previews, we were confident that once it moved to staging and then moved to production, that we weren't introducing any bugs into those environments. And so the sprint velocity took off. And so because of this allowed us to really focus on more constituent-driven roadmaps. So this allowed our team to put out surveys and get analytics, or get into our analytics and get direct feedback from the users of GovHub and our visitors to these websites. So, we let the needs of our GovHub users and our visitors take precedent. And this process the process improvement allowed for that. And, like I said, Drupal's reliability combined with the speed at which we were able to iterate on the product and the code, really allowed us to focus more on the constituent needs. We also implemented an advisory committee, and the advisory committee consists of our agency partners and the people who maintain the websites at these agencies. So not only were we, listening to their needs through surveys and things like that, we would meet with them regularly so that they could have a place to have us as a soundboard for any issues that they were having, and so that we could really address what was needed for them rather than us guessing and just, oh, this is a cool Drupal thing, let's just put that in there, Our product is very bespoke. It's not Drupal out of the box. It's very much what we consider a SaaS product. And so it's a lot of customization, And we just wanted to make sure that we were actually providing the tools that our customers needed on a day-to-day basis while they maintain their content. So we also did a listening tour with a third-party research company that helped us more broadly understand user patterns and pain points and wish lists from constituents and our customers. So all of these things helped us, get answers to specific questions that we had about, what people's needs were and our hypothesis. And it was just, a different, a new horizon for us, if you will. We got out of the weeds of having to play catch up all the time with building the product, and we were able to actually influence and drive the product. Let's see. So how does Drupal help with all of this? Drupal out of the box has a lot of strict regulatory, or handles a lot of the strict regulatory requirements here in the States. It's FedRAMP ready. GDPR is, in Europe is something that is enabled through Drupal out of the box. And then of course, we are huge champions on our team, especially of digital accessibility. And being WCAG compliant was a minimum at the time, but now we have a federal mandate that all states must comply with our Americans with Disabilities Act, Section 508, which specifically refers to the digital accessibility requirements. It was April, this past April was the deadline to be compliant, but they pushed it to next April. But our sites have been compliant since 2015. So we have maintained compliance and been on the forefront of doing that before the federal government mandated it. Because we knew this was going to happen eventually. So, why wait until somebody sues the state because they can't access a government service that they're entitled to as a citizen? So we went ahead, did the work, and our code is compliant. And so lately we've been helping customers make sure that their content that they control is compliant. And Drupal has all kinds of plugins that help with, modules that help with that. The one we implemented most recently was the editorially accessibility checker that you can put inside the WYSIWYG that will check the content live. They don't have to push a button or log in anywhere as they're, putting their content in the WYSIWYG. It is checked for accessibility compliance. They can also see violations on the front end interface that a customer would see. So an authenticated user can look at the front end of the website, and this checker will put alerts and things like that for them to manually check, because as you know, a lot of digital accessibility checking and remediation requires manual intervention. A lot of the automatic checkers don't catch everything. You have to have a human say, is this a decorative image or is it actually meaningful information in this image? And if so, you need to make an accessibility decision about that. So there's a lot of built-in features in Drupal that help those challenges for government websites. Our sites are constantly attacked. And uniquely, because we are the state of Georgia, a lot of people confuse us with the country Georgia. So we get quadruple the attacks. We get attacked a lot. So, having that security layer that's built into Drupal really helps with that, on top of being flexible enough to add additional layers. Where we have other firewalls, we have a web application firewall that we monitor and things like that. And there's a lot of products out there that are built for Drupal and maintaining that security. And being a part of the Drupal community and the security that is enabled through that, where there are people who are on the forefront of putting out patches and alerting us to any security vulnerabilities that are coming up way ahead of time. Those things, being a part of the Drupal community too, are helpful for that. And so all the security things that governments have to deal with, Drupal is definitely suited to handle those things. Also, the challenges of just the content part, right? So one thing I hear from a lot of the public sector, especially in the education sector, where there are different schools within a college and they all want their own look and feel and they all want to do their own thing. The challenge is really that like brand voice and that consistency and the continuity of the branding. And so it's hard to build trust in constituency if every website they go to looks different and sounds different. And, you know, the content management challenges that the public sector face are definitely addressed with the framework and the structured content model of Drupal. And so we're able to offer our state agencies this very consistent brand experience, or excuse me, we're able to offer our constituents this consistent brand experience while also serving our agency customers by allowing them the flexibility to create content and providing them with several different content types, but all the while, you know, making sure that consistent experience for the constituents are controlled by the many different agencies and their content. So the content is going to vary from agency to agency, but the experience shouldn't vary for the constituent visiting those different sites. And so Drupal's content management definitely allows us to provide that standardization across the different agencies, but giving them the autonomy to provide their own brand voice with their content. So yeah, Drupal's, like I said, their built-in accessibility features, the moderation in their workflows. You know, we've been able to come up with workflows that make sense for our agencies and their editorial processes. So that flexibility in Drupal has been awesome. You know, the roles and permissions based functionality within Drupal has allowed us to create these different roles within the content management system, and agencies have, you know, people who are responsible for publishing the content, but then they have people who just need to be the SME and review the content. They don't want to hand the keys over to everybody in the agency to be able to publish content. So having those different roles and permissions capabilities have really helped with building out these workflows within the agencies. So bringing it all together, you know, because we chose to treat GovHub as a product, creating a well-oiled machine of maintainable processes and standards, we can focus more on continuous improvement. So we now have time to listen to the users and the constituents and create a tool that is that was made to serve them better. And Drupal's flexibility coupled with a product mindset empowers government teams to serve their citizens better and faster and more securely. And the product mindset fosters the sustainability or the sustained impact, adaptability, and long-term growth of any product that you choose to build with the Drupal. And so just wanted to show you also a very small handful of the type of agencies that we support. We support the governor's office, the Department of Revenue. What's strange about our state, I think that may differ from in other states, is that when it comes to like your car tag and your driver's license, most people think you get those from the same places, but in Georgia, we like to make it fun, and you actually get your tag from the Department of Revenue and you get your driver's license from the Department of Driver Services. So there's a lot of like overlap in content and directing constituents to each other, because when you move here out of state, you think you get your tag from the same place you get your driver's license, but that's not the case. And so Drupal is awesome with allowing our agencies to, again, create that consistent brand voice because of those overlaps in the functions of the government. And so when you have to hop over to one website you don't lose that brand consistency, and you still feel like you're operating within the same government. We work with the Department of Public Health. This was a huge deal during the pandemic, working with them a lot to make sure the constituency stayed informed on things that were happening. And we work very closely with them to publish public health dashboards and data, and Drupal's flexibility and allowing us to post code without breaking the rest of the site, essentially, really helped during that time. And then, the Office of Attorney General, a big one when it comes to consumer protection and things like that. Another thing that came up during COVID, a lot of people were trying to price gouge and take advantage of the pandemic. And so the Office of Attorney General was very active during that time as well. Also a few more stats. We have we support about 600 content editors throughout our 90 state agency websites. We get about 45 million site visits a month. I think that's a month. And out of that, we get 184 million page views. 49 million of those visits are engaged sessions. Those are sessions that last longer than 10 seconds, or has a conversion event, or has 2 or more screen or page views. And so the important thing about those engaged sessions is that 75% of those start with organic search. So people don't just go straight to the Department of Revenue and say, let me get my tag. They go to Google, like the rest of us, and say, what's Georgia? And Drupal's structured content and all of the abilities to affect the metadata and how that is served up to Google allows for constituents to find exactly what they need and land on one of our sites, and not, some, scammer sites. We call our driver services, is DDS. In most places, they call it the DMV. So people will come to Georgia, search Georgia DMV, and something will come up, but it is not a government site. And a lot of people have gotten scammed in that way. And so, sorry. Oh, okay, sorry. I thought someone had a question. So yeah, like that has been an issue, but with our sites, they are very Google friendly. Google loves our sites. They crawl them, and the information is served up, and that is all a testament to Drupal's structured content model. All right, and throughout all of this, Drupal has allowed our team to offer more services. So at first it was just the GovHub publishing platform, but that spurred so many more services that we are able to offer today. One being our Georgia Analytics program, where we actually kind of gamify analytics between our customers. So they can go to, and anybody can go to analytics.georgia.gov and see kind of like a dashboard. It's a snapshot of how all of our sites perform, whether it be usability, accessibility, page views, things like that. And agencies really love to make sure that their score is high and that they are ranked really high on that page. So they are very intentional about ensuring that the content is accessible and that their sites aren't violating any SEO or accessibility things. And so that we also help agencies with that. So that's the program that they're automatically a part of, as being on the GovHub platform. We also offer the Orchard design system. So this is a free design system that agencies can go.
Sorry, Jasmine, I apologize to interrupt. It looks like they're having a power outage at the moment, so they're trying to come back.
Okay. Well, I'll continue because this is being recorded, right?
It is being recorded, yeah. So the room audio, they're saying the room audio is stopped, and they're trying to get that fixed. If we let's give it a minute first before we keep going, and then
no problem. I'm almost done. So no problem.
Aujourd'hui, on parle des mondes des expériences de Drupal. Ils ont fait les Drupal. Ce que nous pouvons s'inspirer et faire. Et les gens vont faire plus de travail encore, mais il y aura d'autres.
Okay, Sulama is trying to do a recap. Yeah.
Le niveau fait par mais ça, c'est la publication. Il y a même cette activité-là, c'est une discipline sociale, rien qui parlerait de la ici, aujourd'hui, effectivement, avec les agents gouvernementaux, des entreprises privées, arrivent à travailler à la société, évidemment, à vous avez intérêt à avoir des méthodes de travail pour la résolution de problèmes. Mais la prochaine instance, ce jeu, par exemple, chaque semaine, comme ça, ils quantifient les erreurs que c'est. Ils ont un comité qui s'occupe des études. On travaille plus ainsi qu'ils veulent prendre de votre bien en base d'études. Non, il y a une sécurité. Donc, quand il y a une opportunité de faire certains temps, donc, les jeunes agents, c'est un peu différent comme des entreprises. Les entreprises en même temps. Pour que le client réagisse. Mais en agence gouvernementale, c'est la métier. S'il y a un système du gouvernement qui n'en pas, mais la personne suit des. Voilà. Et elles montrent un peu comment elles ont établi ce suivi-là en école là-bas, avec la méthode agile pour travailler. Voilà, pour travailler chaque semaine, on travaille. Ils ont donc des portails, ils ont standardisé les portails pour chaque agence gouvernementale. C'est le contenu qui change, mais la sécurité, la conception, l'expérience utilisateur, rien ne change. C'est le contenu. Et dans la conception, elle a abordé et les changes dans les sujets. La conception, le choix dans les sujets communautaires. Nous allons définir chaque volume, chaque dossier à la possibilité. Voilà, si nous avons écrit, il va définir d'abord la catégorie des formes. Ensuite, la catégorie des formes est la il peut mobiliser n'importe quoi. C'est qui font la programmation PNL avec les diagrammes avec les voyelles un peu. Voilà, c'est un peu à l'extérieur de la définition du dynamique n'importe quoi. Et de le modéliser, de le définir. Et une petite chose pour la téléphone, des réunions, ce qui peut envoyer un image de l'université, disons, tout c'est écrit de sauter là où. Et c'est cette souplesse que nous voulons les entreprises prennent conscience de cette souplesse-là. Et bon, nous, l'association Drupal, on est là. Nous ne sommes pas une entreprise de développement, on a des entreprises peut-être qui s'équipent, peut-être qui sont makers, peut-être qui conforment, peut-être qui arrêtent. Il faut certainement de voir associative, je ne sais pas. Il y a plein de choses. Donc, mais c'est ensemble que nous pouvons initier ça.
Hello? Okay, we can start now.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for your patience,
So
Justin.
I don't know if you remember where you were.
Yeah, and I'm actually almost done. So we're wrapping up. I hope you were able to catch the last few minutes there, but essentially just our Drupal fueled our team's service offering. We're offering a design system where agencies can take the designs that are very similar to their GovHub website and extend that brand continuity to their transactional applications. So the application that they may use where you can go online and renew your driver's license, they can now brand that application to look more like their website, so that when a constituent is on their website and they click off to this application, the brand continuity remains and they still feel like they're in the safe space of working with the government and not some scammy website. We also offer accessibility auditing. So if agencies are building things that are outside of their GovHub website, we will come and audit it for accessibility compliance and give them a plan for remediating any issues that we find. We also do content strategy consulting. So agencies have just a ton of content. Some agencies have, hundreds of pages on their website. Some have 5. But we will offer that consulting so that they can structure their content in a way that constituents find useful instead of just slapping it all on their website. We give them instruction and guidance on how to build their information architecture for their website. We also offer usability testing. So if agencies are building applications, a lot of the times we'll go out in the private sector and hire some private sector agency and they'll give them all the flashy bells and whistles and the app and stuff like that, but then just totally ignore any kind of usability as far as the audience that they're serving. So, we working in this space, we're very technically inclined, picking up a phone and using the app may come second nature to all of us because we work in this space. But we're serving constituents in rural Georgia who may not even have access to like broadband, high-speed internet. And so we have to make sure that we are user testing these applications and services that we offer to serve them as well. So we offer that. And then our team runs the Georgia.gov website. So this is kind of like just a hub for everything. All of the state agency content is on our website for the most part, for the most searched and the most sought after services that our constituents are looking for. So if they can't, for some reason, find it on our website, do we lose it? Okay. I'll keep going for the recording.
Yeah, I think you're good to continue that. I think that's someone near the mic.
Oh, okay. And so, yeah, we also run Georgia.gov. So this is, again, the hub for everything for the state of Georgia. So whether you're looking for a business license or you're trying to get food stamps, you can figure out how to do that on the Georgia.gov website. Right. So things to take away, and I'm gonna wrap up here after this slide. A product mindset helps teams build sustainable, scalable digital experiences that evolve based on user needs. And so again, we're really heavily listening to our users and our constituents and putting them first in the decision making. And adopting a shift left methodology in your product development lifecycle will allow your team to deliver faster and focus more on better user experiences. And a well-structured governance model plus a user-driven feedback loop will keep the product development on track. So the governance model being all of the features that allow us to build a sustainable infrastructure with Drupal combined with our feedback loops that we implemented with the advisory committee and the listening tours and things like that really keep our development on track. And then Drupal's flexibility and strong security makes it the best CMS for government digital platforms. So Drupal bar none is definitely the tool to use in the public space. So I will open it up for questions and anything like that. And this QR code, if you scan that, you can connect with me on LinkedIn and just kind of see more of the work that we're doing over here. And, you know, just to say hello if you like. But yeah, are there any questions or comments?
Thanks, Jasmine. I'll check the chat as well and see if they have questions in the room. Otherwise, we'll start getting ready to go.
Yeah, no problem. Again, I want to take an opportunity to just thank you all for allowing me to be a part of this event. I really hope to travel there one day, travel all over Africa, honestly. And I am actually practicing my French right now. So maybe next time I'll be able to say a few phrases in French. But thank you guys so much for the opportunity. Thank you, Tim, for reaching out.
Oh, you're welcome. Looks like they're having some power issues again, so we'll pause before we go to Will. But yeah, you're welcome to hang out for a minute if you'd like to, Jasmine, and we'll see from there. But we'll wait for them to get back to us.
Okay.
Hi. Okay, we trying to come back again. Many minutes out. It's here for powerless.
Understood. Just let us know when it's
going down.
Yeah. No problem. We will. We can wait for you. Just give us the signal when you're ready, and we can keep going.
Appreciate the extra time to work on my slides.
Exactly.
Oh, I heard he's already translating.
Hi,
Hello.
Jasmine, she's gone.
I believe so.
Hold on.
Oh, she's still with us.
Hey, Jasmine, do you want to go ahead and why don't you give one more sign off? Because I don't know when the power cut
Jasmine,
happened.
you still staying with us or you gone?
Your audio is muted, Jasmine.
Yeah, I think it will be a good idea.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I'm still here. I wrapped up the presentation, but I can't go
I
back
hear
if
you.
you
I can
need.
hear you now.
You just go. Why don't you just do a super quick, your super quick thank yous, and we'll get ready.
Okay, sure. Well, let me find my presentation here. Share. Okay. Can you guys see my presentation?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, I guess I'll just okay. Are you ready for me?
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Okay. Okay, cool.
Yes, go on.
So yeah. Okay. So yeah, so just to wrap up a few key takeaways from the presentation. A product mindset really helps teams build sustainable, scalable digital experiences based on user needs. So moving from just the building the train tracks as we're on the train kind of methodology to actually shifting to thinking of what we offer as a product really helped us grow the offering for the state agencies and our constituents. And then adopting this shift left methodology. Sorry. It's throwing me off here. So adopting a shift left methodology as well to product development allowed our team to deliver faster and focus more on better user experiences. And then a well-structured governance model plus user-driven feedback loops keep product development on track. And so having the confidence that what we built using Drupal and the governance model that we built on top of it, and combining that with the feedback loops that we developed with our advisory committees and our listening tours and our surveys really helped guide our product development. And then Drupal's flexibility and strong security made it the best CMS for government digital platforms. And so everything that comes out of the box with Drupal makes it a great tool. And then all of the flexibility with all the modules that are maintained by the community make it even better. And so, yeah, so those are the things that I hope that you were able to take away today. And any questions or open discussion or comments, and then also this QR code will allow you to connect with me on LinkedIn. So yeah, thank you guys again. If you didn't hear me before, thank you so much for allowing me to participate in this event today. I also mentioned I am actively learning French right now. I don't know a whole lot, so I'm not even going to embarrass myself. But hopefully next time you have this event and I'm able to participate, I can flex my French skills a little bit.
You are doing well with English, and we appreciate. For the French, don't worry. Welcome to you, and we are very happy to receive you at this DrupalCAMP. So thank you so much for sharing us this experience that you have, in your the country. We are in Africa. We appreciate.
Thank you guys. Thank you. Good. All right. Who am I handing it off to now?
It'll be to Will. So I think.
Okay, Will.
I think you can go ahead, Jasmine. Thanks again so much.
Okay.
We'll get Will queued up, and
Okay.
I think we'll get going next time they give us the next signal.
Okay. Thank you guys. Enjoy your day. Thank you.
Will, I think if you want to start screen share, we can hold until they give us a signal, but you can get set up and ready to go.
Sounds good. Can you still see my screen? Or did it switch out? Yeah, you can still see my screen.
Yes, you can still see it.
Okay, great. really want to look out that window in your conference room. What's going on out there?
Right.
I'll keep it quick. I'm just going to do a demo.
Le dernier module, je souhaiterais que le programme vienne vite pour moi. Le dernier module de la journée. Et on sort comme ça. Si quelqu'un a l'impression que ça, il n'y a pas de micro, tu peux faire son temps. Parler un peu. Je me dis que ça veut dire pour les étalons de Cuba, ça veut dire le groupe n'a pas donné apparemment. Quelque chose n'a pas fonctionné avec lui. Alors, du coup, l'association Drupal est ouverte sur une structure telle que swissmaker.com ou CVV ou ARS ou l'Albétique même dit, venez discuter avec nous. Ok. Bien. Nous sommes les griots de Cuba, on a dit dans le monde. Nous sommes les griots de Cuba parce que nous avons un bon projet. C'est toujours appelé les gars de choses. Qu'est-ce que c'est pas les médicaments? C'est forever. Quand tu vas un technicien de forever, il va te parler de attention. Voilà, nous, c'est ça. On est sûr de ce que vous avez fait. L'avantage que ça peut apporter aux développeurs. Et, mais c'est en haut. Au sein de la CDAO, un projet ne pas la moyenne de combien par an si tu recrutes quelqu'un pour un an?
Multiplie $6,000 par 12.
$6,000 par an. $6,000 par 12. Par 12. Moi, je suis 12 000 comme ça. Voilà, $70 l'année. $72 000 l'année. $16,000 l'année. Voilà, ça c'est un projet de partie. Donc, si aujourd'hui, il y a des experts Drupal et que, quel que soit de l'NPT, de la Chumabelle, ou de quoi, il peut travailler en remote. C'est un projet qui peut travailler en remote. Il faut bien faire le contrat. C'est pas tout. Vous êtes un manteau à faire un contrat. On fait la vie. Si un membre n'est pas membre, il y a de passer quelque chose en débat. C'est pas une obligation. En fait, c'est vraiment ça qui est intéressant. Je jamais c'est ouvert. Tu peux être membre sans membre. C'est pas ça. À 6 mois, tu deviens expert du monde. Tu te donnes 6 mois. On a des programmes pour celui qui fait 6 mois. On devient expert du monde. Tu deviens un expert du monde. C'est pas pour se vanter. Quand je fais les formules là, en 2018, aujourd'hui, vous êtes expert. Puis, les sortes de ok. Voilà, c'est bon. Mais pour chaque page, et que vous passez sur le prestation, c'est voilà. Les entreprises privées qui font la prestation avec vos clients, qui offrent des services à vos clients. Si vous les proposez tout bas, vous n'allez pas regretter. Même dans la conférence, je me suis posé une question à lui. C'est la plus grande communauté du monde. C'est le grand téléphone. Et là, tu parles de la façon de la tête, dans le samedi, le matin, elle a fini ça. Il est pas. Il est pas. C'est ça la communauté dont tu parles. La nous devons. Cette communauté que nous voulons, c'est ça. C'est à travers les écoles telles que l'État, les entreprises, avec les correspondants de on forme une communauté. Il y a un besoin spécifique pour un problème spécifique qui nécessite une application. Avec une marque, on a déjà la solution. Il suffit de poser la bonne question. Pour la bonne question, je donne la bonne réponse. Et ne casse pas la tête. Voilà. Performance, d'abord, efficacité. À l'entreprise, tu dois développer.
One of the tricks I learned in Central America was that a UPS was not enough. You also needed power conditioners because the UPSs kick in at 105 and the routers crash at 107.
Oh, man.
Hello, conference room. If you are speaking, you are muted.
Alors, ils sont en ligne. Tim, I have some question to answer here.
Yes.
And I'm coming back to you.
Okay.
Just give me a few minutes.
Perfect.
We have power go down, and so now we are starting again. So
Sounds
give
good.
me 5 minutes, I will come back to you. Il a posé une question. Quelle est la différence, c'est ça, entre WordPress et Drupal? Il m'a posé la question. Il n'y a pas de différence entre WordPress et Drupal dans la définition. Ils sont tous des CMS. Mais une différence totale entre WordPress et Drupal en termes d'efficacité, de performance et de puissance et de sécurité. Drupal est largement au-dessus de WordPress. Quand tu utilises Drupal, c'est comme quelqu'un qui construit un avion en vol. Un Boeing 780 en vol. C'est-à-dire que tu décolles, mais tu es en train de construire le Boeing. Ouais, ça c'est Drupal. C'est-à-dire qu'on peut voler avec Drupal et puis pendant qu'on construit, là, on continue à voler. Alors que tu fais ça avec les autres, tu vas tomber. Drupal se construit au fur et à mesure qu'on avance. Et Drupal construit des Boeing et WordPress construit des aéronefs. Ce n'est pas la même chose. Si tu veux des gros sites puissants, avec des flux de données, avec plein de sessions, de quoi, utilise Drupal. Mais si tu veux faire un site simple où tu as 2, 3, 4 personnes qui sont connectées, le site tombe, prends WordPress. Ouais, prends WordPress. Et en matière de gestion des données, Drupal est puissant. En matière de sécurité, Drupal est puissant. En matière de définition des données, Drupal est puissant. En matière de plein de choses, modularité, aujourd'hui, Drupal est largement devant. Ils sont des CMS, mais Drupal est devenu plus un espace de travail. Vous voyez, ECA, c'est qu'on a vu le matin, le module qu'on a vu le matin. Tu peux faire ça dans WordPress. Où tu designs des graphiques et te donnes un résultat par derrière. Tu prends des graphiques, tu me les relis, tu dis, tu fais ça, tu décris une action en bon français, tu décris et le résultat. Reliability, data management, managing a lot of data at the same time without crashing. That's it. If you want to use a large site with a lot of traffic, use Drupal. It's true that traffic isn't just the CMS. Even your infrastructure plays on traffic. That's it. I don't have to worry about it. But Drupal manages big sites better than WordPress. It's more secure. That's what we put the emphasis on, and it's modularity. That's it. Hello, Tim.
Hello.
So Mr. Will is ready? Sorry.
Yes, he's ready to go. Just be aware that we can hear a little bit of the translation feedback loop. So that might be a little difficult at sometimes, but otherwise, I will hand it over to Will. Will is going to talk about a few different things, tools for
Si je parle en
developing.
français, m'entends en anglais?
Yes.
Je ne parle pas français. Je suis.
Ici, on a beaucoup de coupures d'électricité ici. Donc, désolé.
Yeah, Will speak in English.
But we are keep looking for your return. The sound, we didn't hear you for the moment.
Oh, can you hear me?
Ça vient? Le
Can you
retour
hear
chez eux
me?
n'est pas encore rétabli.
I can.
Alors,
I
Tim,
am
I don't know
speaking.
if after Miss Will, we have another session.
We do.
In le
but-
programme. Est-ce que dans le programme,
sessions.
après Will, je donne un truc, regarde le programme. Parce qu'il fait trop chaud, on ne peut pas continuer.
I have 2 sessions.
Yeah, so we have 2 combined content from Will, and then we technically have 1 more from Jacob. Yeah, all English. Should we get started?
Oui, on peut commencer. We can start.
Yes. Okay, go ahead, Will.
Hello. Okay, so let me just change my share back to the whole thing. Today, I'm going to be giving 2 presentations. This first one is about making it very easy to use Drupal. I can see the room while we're talking, and I would just like to ask a couple questions. And if you could raise your hand. How many of you are going to code in Drupal? Raise your hand. Write the code. And how many of you are going to be using the websites?
Encodé dans Drupal.
So to use the website, you would be
Qui est allé
staff.
visiter le site web Drupal? Levez les mains.
Okay, so that's using the websites. And how many of you are going to be developers writing websites and modules? Okay, so I'm going to aim my presentation a little bit towards making it easier for you who are just going to be working on a website and entering things to feel comfortable and to have a place where you can go to just experiment without causing a government scandal.
Nous avons des développeurs. We have many developers.
Okay, all the developers, raise your hand.
We have many persons who are doing development in the government structure. So, levez les mains, les développeurs. Levez les mains.
Ah, excellent. Okay.
But they didn't work before with Drupal, but they are developing tools using PHP and other things.
Well, this will be good then. This will be a good demonstration. So I was supposed to, this was supposed to be Saul's presentation. Saul owns a website management organization in America. But you are stuck with me. And as you can see from his hat and my hat, we all wear cowboy hats all the time in the United States. Bonjour, je m'appelle Will Kirchheimer et je parle très mal français. So that's it. I'm going to give two presentations. The first one is this one, where I talk about making it easy. And then the second presentation is about why Drupal is good for you as a staff member and why it is good for government and how those happen to be the same thing. That's the next presentation. I hope you'll come for it. If you fall asleep, and I can see you during this presentation, you have to buy the person next to you lunch. It's the rules. And I have been developing, this is actually an old slide. So I've been developing in software for 27 years, actually 29.
Mon voisin doit payer quelque chose pour lui donner, ne vous endormez pas, s'il vous plaît.
And I've been working in Drupal for almost 20 years. This is an old slide. I work in government. I work in big government, major federal, which is federal is our big government websites. And I've been doing that for a long time. And Drupal has always been my product working in government. Going back to what you just heard about WordPress and Drupal, for me, the big thing about Drupal is websites where lots of people have to work together on big sites. I feel, aside from security, which is also very big, but lots of people working together on big sites. So one of the wonderful things about Drupal, having been around for quite a long time and being built by individuals working together, is that there are a lot of really amazing tools. Tools for standing up your websites on your personal computer so you can work with it, you can play with it, you can make it right, and then you can commit the code. I use many of these every day. Lando for local, DDev for local. Saul, who was going to be here, is with DevPanel, which is the platform that Drupal Forge runs on top of. Drupal Forge is very cool. See, Snoopy thinks it's cool. And Darren O, who is also in this call, owns or drives Drupal Forge. There he is. Hey, Darren. He always shows up and watches me talk. Scares me. So there are many, many, many educational resources, these where you can just go and learn at your own pace. And there are places like the Slack channel for Drupal Forge, the Slack channel for Drupal itself, where you can just go and you can talk about the things that you need to know about. Maybe you need to know about the Drupal Burkina Faso conference. These are places where you can just go and talk directly with developers and the people who are really making things, and you can see what your needs are and have real conversations. Drupal is incredibly advanced in community and conversation. We've all been doing this. There are a lot of us have been doing this a long time, and we're still here and we're still trying to help. So I'm going to be showing a product called Drupal Forge, and we're going to be doing is we're going to be standing up a website really fast, really easy, for free, that is temporary, where you can go in there and you can play around. So this is DrupalForge.org, and it is a nonprofit, which in our country means it's a company that is put together by people that is not to make money, it's just to have a shared system.
C'est un site web, Drupal Forge.
Yes. So when you come to Drupal Forge, you don't need to log in, but you can. You do need to know math. But when you scroll down a little bit right here, these are all different websites that you can just hit the button and start. If you want to go in and try to figure out, how did someone build something? How does this part work? I want to try editing in that. There are changes that come to the marketplace. There are new products that come out. You can come here, you can click the button, and in a second, we'll do this. You can have a website instantly. So if it is healthcare, there are websites for healthcare where you can go and you can see what people who care about healthcare think is important in a website, and you can log in as an admin. If you want to learn about Drupal AI, this is a bit of a setup, figuring out how to work properly with the AI system. You can come here, you can hit this button, it will launch a Drupal website for you that you can log into, and you can look at their configurations. And thanks to Saul, who could not be here today, it even has a little AI budget, so you can actually use it and play with it and think about it. If you're not sure about the new version of Drupal, you want to go check out Drupal 11, you just come here and hit the button. It is a wonderful thing. And these websites go away after 6 hours, I think, still. But in that, so you don't have to worry about messing something up. You can go in there and you can play with it. It's a wonderful little thing. So we're going to go ahead and launch. Let's see what happens if we're going to pick one at random. Let's launch Drupal 11. So I haven't done anything yet. I'm going to hit this button. Oops, I think I have to enter the math. Sorry. 3. There we go. Let's just hit Express Launch and see what happens. Boom. So we just launched a website. It was just created for us. And now we have passwords and things that we need in order to go into this website. And we see that it's going to be up for an hour. And we could add some time to that. The password is admin. And I'm going to show the password on. The password is admin. So username and password are admin. Now, since you are developers and you want to write code, you can have your code editing software open at the same time, where you can actually edit things and fix things on the fly. So we're going to turn that on too. Maybe I have to log in for that one. So I log in with my Google account and sign in. No, just log in. Okay, here we go. So now we can turn this on. And what this will give us is a coding environment. So now we can edit code on the website. We can see the source code and we can have a look. So we're going to go ahead and go look at the website that was just created. And if you had your computer with you, you could do this at the same time as I am, probably faster because I'm babbling. But this will work on the point of systems like this is that all of your coding is done in the cloud. And so you can work on this at work. Then you could go home and log in and work on an environment like this. And you're never carrying your data. You're never carrying around the database of your government. You are able to just log into coding environments like this, like DevPanel, and just work wherever you go. So we're going to make we've got our website here. This is the one that it created for us. And it says, what template do we want? Well, let's use this one. Oh, this is the template marketplace. Let's use the free one. This one. And hit next. So because we picked a particular template, it's going to spin up that template, which will just take a second. So this is custom configuring a website, and you can create your own templates. So you could create a template for your governmental organization or your university. These systems are often used in code-a-thons, where you want a set environment for everyone to work in. You can come here, you can create this thing, you can launch it, and everyone can have the same platform like that. So it's still just configuring that theme that we picked. So now now we have our own little Drupal website. It hasn't cost us anything. And we are admin. It's not on our computer. And we can just work with it. We can play around. We can play with our ideas. And and we don't have to worry about it lasting too long. So we're going to go ahead and play with the blog post. So we can create some info. And super interesting. And whatnot. So we're going to hit save. So if you're coming into Drupal and you want to go play around with content, you want to edit it, you want to think about it, you want to practice, you can come here and you can do this. You can do this today. You can fiddle, you can play. This is the Drupal side of it. So if you want to go look at what modules are installed, what configurations are installed, if you want to make adjustments to the modules, you can do all of that in here. So let's go back to that first screen. On this first screen, we've only talked about this part right here, which is how to access the website. Now we're going to go ahead and talk about how to code in the environment. So let's look at our copy there. I shouldn't have shown you that. And click open. Okay, so we're going to put our password in here and hit submit. Okay, so many of you may recognize this environment. It is VS Code. It is standardized off of the open source version of the Microsoft coding editor. What you have over here is your website that was just created. You have also a DDEV configuration, so you can download from your own repo and run this on your local machine if you want, but you don't have to. You don't have to leave this work environment. So if we want to go in and look at the configurations in the web folder and go down to the modules and look at what was installed to make that site happen, these are the modules. You're really in the environment. We can come in here and we can look at the code. We can edit the code. And you are promptly editing the code environment. When you hit save here, it saves over to your website instantly. You can promptly come in here and work with the machine. You can add your own extensions. You've got a little AI coder, which I know everyone is talking about AI. One of the amazing things about Drupal is that it has been with us a long time. I've been working in Drupal for 20 years. AI has learned everything they know from the web. So they already know how to work with Drupal. They already know how to write a custom module for you or help you get past a problem, because they've been reading all of the things that we've written on all of our help guides, all of our instructions that we've been reading for years. The AIs have read them too. So we're going to try and get everything back on schedule a little bit. I would like you to consider there is no easier way to get started with Drupal than doing this. You come to the website, you launch a website, you edit it, you play with it, you think about what's being done, and you can do it on your computer. You're on vacation, you can do it there with whatever computer you find. It doesn't have to be a super powerful workstation that can run lots of containers. All of that work is done online. You're just using a web browser. Do we have any questions?
Are there any questions in the room before we have Will transition to his next topic about Drupal and government use cases and those sorts of things?
All right, the guy who's yawning, I'm going to pretend you raised your hand. No questions. Okay, please go to Drupal Forge.
Yeah, we really
launch a website.
We really encourage you to try it. It's going to be very, very useful, and it will be used tomorrow during the training sessions as well in the afternoon. So, all right, well, let's go on to the next part.
Okay. Hi, I'm Will. Today we're going to talk about government and Drupal. Couple quick things. This is my Drupal site. This is my profile over on Drupal.org. Come check me out. If you want to chat over on Slack, ask questions. I'm happy to help. If you don't have one yet, go create your account on Drupal. And I've been live streaming you guys, so you're internet famous. So going back to the case study, I think we can go ahead and maximize this one. Slideshow. Okay. When I was a young man, I thought if I knew something no one else knew, they could not fire me. And open source software did not exist yet, or was very small. I wrote lots of CMSs. I wrote 3, like Drupal, like WordPress, but they were ones that I wrote for my customers. Because back then we didn't share everything. So we had to write everything from scratch. And I thought, wow, this is great. I will always have a job. Along the way, I got tired of writing everything over and over and over again. I decided that, well, a business partner and I decided we would pick CMSs, and we audited all the big ones, and we liked Drupal because of how technical it could be, how easy it was to change, and we liked the community. So when you think about the developers that are locked in, they want to know their little thing, and if no one else knows it, they're going to be very profitable. It is the wrong path. When we share our knowledge, when we work together, you come outside to the picnic and you play with all the other developers and you share your knowledge and you know the same kind of programming, you share the same problem base, then you get to talk to people all over the world. I get to know Darren, I get to know Saul, because we work in this, and I get invited to this conference because we're all sharing our knowledge, we're all sharing our code, and we instantly have the ability to engage in the marketplace. When you think about software, when you think about the money that goes into software, you can be spending all of your money on licensing, where it just goes out to a company somewhere, and the developers are in some country somewhere, and all of the money is just flowing out for licenses. When you work with Drupal, with open source, you are investing in yourself as developers. You are investing in your government because the money stays in your country. And that opportunity and then you get to shift. We'll talk about that a little bit more. So by working together, you keep your money in your country, you develop your developers in-house, and you all rise together. 56% of government websites running on Drupal. There's a reason for this. The reason for this is open source, is licensing. The way I got involved in this business was there used to be big vendor lock-in with companies like Ectron. Well, Ectron died. The companies went away. The software went away. And all of these companies, all these big government agencies were like, how do we make ourselves strong enough that when these things go away, we can keep delivering our websites? And all over the world, country after country, people decided the best way to do this was open source. And a very large number of them picked Drupal. So when you're working in proprietary systems that you wrote yourself, you are locked in. You can't shift your products around. You can't easily connect other systems. When you work with Drupal, you have the ability to tie content together with other countries, other systems, other hosting. All of these things get to interact quickly. Big fan of open source. So a lot of these abbreviations don't matter to you. They are our country's, the United States, rules about how to make sure something is secure. We have a lot of regulations, and Drupal is able to work within those regulations. I deploy websites to major government organizations, and Drupal is able to pass those security requirements. Not saying you can't mess it up, but I'm saying that you can succeed. I think I've already covered, this is about your ability to make sure that your programs stay up in the event of somebody else deciding that they don't want to sell you software anymore. So Drupal is in use, of course, in Africa, in many countries. A big part of Drupal for nations. Also, one of my current projects, the City of New York, has open data. And open data is when you want to know how your government is spending the money, or you want to know how you can find out health statistics. When you take a responsible relationship between the people in the country and the government, you do open data projects. There are lots of big open data projects in Africa right now. And these are just a few of the ones that have chosen Drupal as their fundamental source. Now, that may sound obscure, but when you talk about Drupal community, that means that if you see a good project going on in a country nearby, you can just go talk to them. You can use Drupal at that community to go look at the developer profiles, and you can reach out and say, hey, I like what you did with the water statistics. How did you do that? And they'll go, oh, here, and give you the code, or at least chat with you. That open community means that you get to more easily help your people in your country. So big projects in Drupal in Africa, a lot of the ones I found in looking were about open data initiatives. Another big, beautiful one I found was a massive museum integration project, sharing knowledge about what products are at what museums, where people can go to view them, and organizing all of these different sites and pieces of information all into a single source. That project took thousands and thousands of archaeology sites, thousands of objects, and half a terabyte of images using a total, of just terabytes of information. But how do you bring all that together? Well, Drupal is very API friendly. So if you can find your data source, you can feed it through your Drupal. And if you create your data, you can feed it out. You can share information from website to website very easily in Drupal. As you go forward, I want you to think of Drupal as not the website. As developers, I want you to think about Drupal not as the website where you type in a form and some content shows up on a page. I want you to also think about how you can bring other pieces of information from other parts, from other governmental agencies, from one website to the next, how you can share that information and make it more accessible to your users. This goes back to what I opened with. As you are learning to develop, those skills that you are learning, that you are sharing, end up not just benefiting you as staff members who can now, if you have a huge rush of business at one of your government agencies, now you have all those skills to go work with another agency. I have worked for almost a dozen different government agencies, and I get to do that because I learned a common language of development. By learning Drupal, I can work today at New York City, tomorrow back at the Department of the Interior. I can shift from all of these agencies back and forth as needed because I speak a common developer's language. So this is what AI thinks I look like. So I'm not going to argue. Let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you so much, Will. Monsieur Sulama, I'm sure you are following up with a little bit of a recap and things like that, but let us know if there are any questions from the room. And otherwise,
Okay.
we'll say thank you so much to Will and get ready for the very last presentation from Jacob. But let us know how things are
Avec
going.
des questions dans la salle pour le speaker?
Yeah, we have one more after Will. So let's see if there are questions.
Oui, Jacob doit passer. Jacob must give his session today.
I think so. Unless if you
I'm traveling tomorrow. That's
yeah,
attached
so
to it,
he'll
too.
be traveling.
Okay,
So we can
let
skip
me
it though
resume.
if you need to, and we could send a
Okay, let me
different session
resume
recording. So you let us know.
Okay, I will check my schedule and come back to you. So let me resume the session for the room, and I come back to you. Okay. Alors, cette session, moi j'appelle ça de la sensibilisation. J'appelle ça souvent, ce sont des sessions qui montrent un peu qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire quand on est une entreprise. Il nous montre ici qu'il y a des outils gratuits. D'abord, il a commencé par ça, Drupal Forge, qui est un outil gratuit. Même si tu as ton téléphone, tu tapes Drupal Forge, tu rentres dedans, tu peux développer un site. Oui. Est-ce qu'on a encore de l'eau? Et il faut voir si on peut nous trouver de l'eau. Est-ce qu'il y a de l'eau? Donc, là, c'est un outil pour ceux qui veulent commencer à chercher à faire Drupal sans pour autant avoir une installation lourde d'abord sur votre machine. Ensuite, son deuxième volet, c'était un peu, j'allais dire un volet politique, économique. Politique aussi de stratégie en matière de gouvernance. Par exemple, nous parlons de logiciels dans nos gouvernements. Dans un passé proche, je ne sais pas si c'est toujours le cas, nos gouvernements payent tellement de licences dehors. Cet argent-là, si on te montre, tu as des tournis. Tu as des tournis. Quand on te montre l'argent qu'on prend pour payer les licences. Et ensuite, 2-3 jours, c'est bloqué parce que la licence n'a pas été payée. Ça veut dire que tout le travail qu'on a fait là, c'est balayé d'un revers de main. Ça veut dire qu'aujourd'hui, il y a des CMS tels que Odoo et ceux qui ont fait l'expérience de WordPress. Il y a des modules, tu payes, c'est mensuel. C'est-à-dire chaque mois, on te coupe. Il y a des modules, c'est annuel. Chaque année, il faut renouveler. Si tu ne renouvelles pas, ton travail est parti down. On n'a pas ce problème avec Drupal. Il n'y a pas un module Drupal que tu vas trouver sur le site web de Drupal où on t'a dit c'est payant.
Developer who has done these things, and they sell. If you want to pay, you pay. It's your choice. But when you talk about Drupal.org, everything it's free. We're not going to come and block you because there's a module that's paid. So that's the strategy. It's open source that he wanted to develop. That's it. And he thinks that Africa would benefit from using open source. Africa would benefit from building expertise at the local level. Africa would benefit from Burkina Faso having global development strategies that tend to use open source, government policies that tend to encourage people to use open source. A little bit of the presentation he gave us, and Drupal fully meets these criteria. It's free. It's free. Everyone can use it whenever you want, as you want, and it encourages us to work in the community. You know, he said a word that taught me. Often there are people, when he's done something, I think he's the only one who knows. Besides, he sat in his village. He finished something, he goes out while people finish it at 10 years old. Anything else, you're going out now. You know, I've discovered a payment module. You're still there. We now click the eyes and then it pays off. Ah, it's been 10 years. My guy, you've been isolated. People are moving forward. That's the interest of being in the communities. That's it. When you're a young developer, to participate in meetings like everyone else, to see what others have done elsewhere, to have information that gives us ideas in open source. Its Troops is a typical example today. A company that's going to take Drupal to make it its own, as they say in the field of design. You're going to get out of it very well. You can develop and get dressed in Abidjan. You can develop. You can develop in Torres, Mali. Ivory Coast, and can we have, if we say there is no work, okay, what do you know how to do? You ask the question right away. What do you know how to do? Yes, a lot of things. Give an example. What do you know how to do? In fact, this question is very important. People say that, yes, there is no work. If there is no development, but you specialize in what exactly so that people need you. If you do what everyone else does, you can have the money. Then everyone can do that. But if you specialize in something that is of interest, people will look for you. What do you know how to do? Yes, I know how to do PHP. It's good. Everyone does PHP. So you have to be excellent. Otherwise, you're not going to get a job. Here's the problem. As a young person today, I am at school. I have learned a lot of things, math, even English. We are taught this at school to do computer science. We are taught that. That's good. But then what computer project can you drive from end to end? When you take a web agency, what is your guideline in your web agency? What do you work on? WordPress project. You take True project. You take it's good infrastructure. You take server. What do you take? Training in agriculture. You take. What is your specialty? So the session he's trying to do is to show us that we have an interest in working on local skills and troops. An example of tools on which we can rely to train experts at the local level to meet local and sub-regional needs. And I said in the morning that I would have liked to, when a company comes to a group developer, an expert in Africa, whether it's a Burkinabe first and the others after it's not, selfishness. That's my wish, and it's possible. There are so many group projects that are sleeping, and also there are so many projects that could have been used. and use Drupal as a foundation that missed out because people don't have the right information. We can do something else. We can do something else when Drupal could have met the needs of these projects. Do you understand? No. If we are web agencies that work in this direction, the Drupal Brooklyn Association works in this direction. Students are enthusiastic about training in Drupal. We will always train students if you want to be called upon. But you will see, give you 23 years, maybe those who participated in this training, many will come and tell me, oh, well, I'm going to go to Bujumbura because I have a Drupal project there. That's it. It's not. It's not to show off, but it's the strict truth right now. Drupal is the future. He's finished. Okay. So we're going to be patient with this module. I would have liked to postpone this module, but it's too important. It's on the forms. It's on the forms. All those who are recording, data collection, what, everything you want, right? Because before you analyze a piece of data, you have to have it collected, right? If the state tells you to give me the number of children who are affected by the Burgundy tuberculosis, that's what you're going to base it on to do that if you haven't done any data collection. Without telling you to give the number of women who give birth per year to Burkina Faso. Hi, team. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you
Yes.
now. You cut out for a moment.
Okay, so you can introduce Mr. Jacob for his session.
Perfect.
Excellent.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your patience. I know it's been a very long day, but
Le son n'est pas encore là.
it's my pleasure to introduce Jacob Rakowitz, who is one of the maintainers of the web form module, one of the most important modules in Drupal. And
Hi,
who has
Tim.
done a
You
lot
you
of
will
work.
restart again because we didn't hear all things you say until this moment. So just restart.
Sure. Yeah, it's my pleasure to introduce Jacob Rakowitz, who is the maintainer of the web form module, one of the most important modules
Ça
in
va?
Drupal, and who has been using AI to
Some
advance
issue
the
with the
development
sound,
further.
the return. We didn't hear you. So wait for the moment.
Okay, we'll wait a minute.
Now we can hear you. You can. Okay, you can go in. We hear you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Third time is the charm. Introducing Jacob Rakowitz of the web form module, one of the most important modules in Drupal. He's going to talk about how he's worked on it and improved it and has started integrating some AI into how he develops it and a lot of useful things. We'll try and make this a quick version and we can follow up with how to learn more later afterwards. But thank you so much for your patience on this very long day. And let me hand it to you, Jacob. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to pause, make sure if you don't hear me, you can tell me and I can repeat myself. I will talk slowly. I'm going to go through. So this is mostly on the web form module, but I think AI is really important to pay attention to. And frankly, I think Jamie spoke about AI in Drupal, but I just want to address using AI to use a module or learn about a module or how you can augment how you're using Drupal. And I'll get into that as I move forward. So it's really about building web forms while vibing with AI, understanding what AI can do for you. Give me 1 second to move this over. So I'm going to start. My name is Jacob Rakowitz. I'm known as Jay Rakowitz on the web. I'm a Drupal developer and software architect. I built and maintain the web form module for Drupal 8. And I've just been experimenting with AI, and my goal is just to recognize what AI can and can't do while accepting it's changing our industry. It's changing how people learn. It just can't be ignored, but it's just a tool. And it's my first web form presentation in a few years. I've done a lot over the years, but I took a break and, just have some patience and ask questions, and I'll have some pauses for that. And the agenda is to really understand building web forms and I can cut that a little short, talking about just using AI to build web forms or help augment web forms. And the web form module allows you to build any type of web form, like a web page, to collect information, any type of data that can be submitted to any application or system. Everything I'm talking about is available on Drupal.org on the web forms project page. A lot of the information I'm talking about is here, but I'm going to go through it in detail. And I'm going to re-emphasize why web form in Drupal. The web form module provides all the features expected from a proprietary enterprise form builder that you'd have to pay for, combined with the flexibility and openness of Drupal. So it's completely free. And the use case for the module is that you would build a form, you'd publish that form as a page note or block, you'd collect information, form submissions, you'd send out confirmation and notification emails. You might take that data and move it somewhere else to a different database or a different system. You can review these results, and also you can download those results into a spreadsheet or Excel or Google Sheets. And I'm going to do the basic demo. And to start, I'm logged into Drupal. I have the web form module and several submodules installed. I have some examples that I'll get to, but I'm just going to create a simple feedback form. For example, we might use that for an event like this, where you're saying, I'd like to collect some feedback. And the elements you might want to collect would be someone's name, which is a text field. And you'd say your name. And then I'd add another element where we might want to collect someone's email address. Your email. And lastly, we'd want to get their feedback. So we create a text field, text area. And I'll show you what this means in a second. So here, we'd say comments instead. It's a little cleaner. We're going to save. And we get a form where someone can fill it out and give us information. The module includes a test tab that will fill it out for us for just testing. So I'm just entering in some dummy data. And now that I hit submit, it was sent to the web server and we've collected this information. We've gotten results. So there's a tab called results and it shows we've got one record. We're able to review this record. We're able to delete it, download it, convert it to a PDF. And that's like the general workflow. But then if you want to, for example, send an email, you can go over into the settings and handlers, emails and handlers, and say, I want to add an email. And simply by default, it will send it to the email address that you enter when you build a Drupal website that you enter on that first install page. It's very helpful to click on the advanced tab, and I'm going to click enable debugging. And what that just means is we'll be able to see what's happening. And then if we were saying we're going to send this information somewhere else, we can add a handler that takes it and sends it to a different URL. And there are other integrations to send it to things like spreadsheets and Google. But for the demo, I'm just going to say example.com and enable debugging. And we go back to the test tab and we hit submit. We're going to see that it's telling us it sent an email to the person who owns the website. And it tried to push this data, the values that were just entered, to this example URL, which could be anywhere or any organization in government. Sometimes it's a third party or a system. And that covers most of the use case of the web form, but then you can use the web forms in a lot of ways on a website.
Mr.
Yes.
Jacob, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
You can go a little bit slow.
Okay. Not a problem.
Okay, little bit slow.
Okay.
Is sometimes so quick. If you can reduce the rate.
Okay. That's not a problem.
Okay, just a bit slow. Thank you so much.
Not a problem. So we have this form that collects information, but we want to use it on the website. On this website, I have example content, just these articles. And I want to collect almost feedback or comments about the articles. And in Drupal, there's a concept called blocks, and I can place a block in a sidebar on this website. This is a default website. And I say place block, and I pick this web form. And I can say, you have the ability to say where it should appear, this form. I'm going to restrict it to just articles because that's where I want the feedback. If I hit save, it adds it. You can resave to be sure it's there. And then if I go back to my website and I click on an article, I have this feedback form right here. And these little pencil icons help you edit these blocks. For example, I might configure this to say, please provide feedback. And then this pencil icon will allow us to also test it again. And I'm filling it out and I've just submitted the form. And I can go back. And if we go all the way back to the web form, once again with the pencil icon, you can go and say, let me look at the results. We are collecting information on the site. And the first two forms don't have this column filled out. The second one, the third one, this one here, where it says building forms, it's tracking where the data is coming from. So it makes it possible to collect information about every article. The other use case, if we were having multiple events and we wanted to have an event registration form, we could track all that, each event registration for each event. You can see where it's coming from. That use case, for example, if we want to create a dedicated form for an event like this, you can go over to references and say, I would like to add a web form, feedback about DrupalCAMP. And it will create a dedicated web page to get feedback just about this. You can give out this URL. And if I click on the test, and the test is a little different here, but if I go over to here, I also have a tool to generate 10 submissions. It's going to create, and by the way, we're getting these messages because we turn on email, but I'm getting 10 submissions to track feedback for this event. And from here, you could say, I want to pull this, I want to record it, I want to bring it into a spreadsheet. You can go to download. And a good example is just to create an HTML table. And at the very bottom, I can say, instead of exporting, I'm going to show it on the screen. And you can get this data out of Drupal. You can bring this out, it will download to your computer, and then you can upload it to Google Sheets or an Excel spreadsheet. That's a pretty big end-to-end demo. The way you learn more about using the web form module is there are examples, templates, and demos that can be used as a starting point for building forms and applications. If you turn on the web form examples modules, you'll get a style guide, examples of custom objects, input masks, conditional logic, computed elements, multi-step forms, and cards. And if we start looking at these examples, the best one to start with is, these are all the inputs someone could fill out on your website to collect information. And it gives you examples of how to start with adding checkboxes with descriptions. I think a really important one for government, I'm going to scroll down, think about these are standard things, telephone numbers, emails, file uploads, but a very important one is just collecting signatures, where you can collect someone's digital signature online, or you can have them fill out a Likert, which is a multi-question survey. This is also useful if you're designing web pages to look at how it's going to look for every single element. At the bottom, you can collect complex data like a composite and addresses of multiple elements working together. At the very bottom, you just get examples of the style and look and feel of your different elements and behaviors. If we click back, there are other examples for features. I'll skip some to save a little time, but there's conditional logic, meaning if I do something, something else will happen. So if I check this box, it might say, please explain why you checked the box above. If you check all these boxes, it might ask that question. The same thing can happen with drop-down menus where you get behaviors. You can also start filling out. It's just helpful to make the experience more dynamic, to ask for more information. If you have a very long form, you might want to break it up into multiple steps where you say, enter your information here. And if I go to the test tab, you can fill out someone's first name, last name, get their gender information, and then move forward and ask for their contact information. And I'm auto-filling it so you're seeing how it goes, but then you can give someone a preview that they can look at all this data. So for long, complex, and it happens with government a lot, where you have a lot of things you have to collect about someone, you could break it up into individual steps. Going back, I will just go back this way. Sorry, that's prompting me. That's also a feature. You can do computations. I think that's also just very quick to just show is you can have two inputs react and add numbers together, or you can select something and then fill out other information. Or in this case, I'm calculating someone's BMI based on their weight and height down below. Moving forward, we could talk about templates, and those are very useful to get started. And if you are a site with a lot of instances of, like, you need lots of different forms, templates are helpful because, for example, if you are asking someone to fill out a job application, you can create a template for that. And this is sorry, I'll do the preview. This is just an example of a job application, and you can select it, and you can have someone upload a resume. And if you select it, it will create a copy of this job application that then you can use on your website. Demos, there's more advanced use cases for the web form module where you can create an application and evaluation system. The idea is someone could fill out that job application, and then you can attach to the job application an evaluation web form. Want to emphasize that's completely free, and sometimes you have to pay for services like that, but in Drupal, you can just build that. And the same thing with an event registration. You can create multiple events and have people register for those events. These are a lot of the features. They're all covered on the project page. So I'm just, I'm going to kind of go over these very quickly to just say you have a lot of control over every aspect of the form. It's important to say that the web form module ships with reasonable default settings. You don't have to change everything. You can use a lot of things, very simple, create a very simple form, and that is good enough. And if you start asking an AI through a web browser questions about web forms, it will understand a lot about the web form module because it's all open source and public. And we covered a lot of these elements. It's just important to say that all the different ratings, if you wanted someone to rate an event, you can create a rating element. You can have input masks, which just basically limits what they can enter. I'm not going to go into all the details to save a little time on form elements where I want to emphasize, I glossed over it, but when you go to an input, you can control the description, the help text around it to help guide someone through it. You can control how it's displayed, how many characters someone can enter. You can also say it's required, enter a custom message explaining why it's required, make it unique. For example, if you're collecting email addresses, you might want to force them to enter a unique email address for a feedback form so they're not entering it over and over again. And web form handlers, it's a plugin in Drupal, like a piece of code or a thing that processes a web form submission. It defines what happens after someone submits a form. The email and remote post are examples of that. And that's being called out here. You can also have people subscribe to a mailing list when they fill out a form. You can also change submissions and flag submissions. If someone's filling out, if someone fills out something that you feel is critical, you can flag a submission and say this is important. These are the types. We talked about email, scheduled, remote posts. Actions and settings are just things that can happen after someone submits a form. And there's a debug handler to show you the data. What is someone submitting? And form settings, there's just a lot of configuration and options. I'm going to show it to say you shouldn't feel overwhelmed because you don't have to go into every single setting to adjust it, but the point is it's available to you. You can say what the URL is if you want it to be customized. You can also configure, we're going to get to spam protection, but here you would say if you want the form to be protected from spam. That's people, robots filling out your form over and over again. Similarly, with the confirmation message, you might want to say something more than just this default message, which is, new submission added to this form. You could say something nice like, thank you for attending the event. We appreciate the feedback, and you can customize that here. Anyone that is actually getting into web development, there are lots of abilities to add CSS and JavaScript to forms to further enhance it, to change the look and feel. You also have access controls to say who can access what fields, what forms. general settings or the global settings for a form. I mean, this, by the way, I'm on general settings. Sorry, I jumped ahead. These are just some of the common ones. You might want to disable the saving of results to your database. If you're just sending out emails, you don't need to save the results. You might want to customize the URL. On forms, I went over it. Submissions, I want to emphasize there are submission limits. You can say how many people can fill out a form. Confirmation, we talked about. JavaScript, we talked about, and access controls. And there is global configuration. These are the things you might want that should be configured. How, if you're letting people upload files, it's handled. Spam protection to prevent bots from filling out a form. Available elements, I just want to kind of call that out, is if I go up to web forms and go to configuration, you can go and say what elements at the very bottom are available for every form on the site. So you can restrict people and say they can't upload files and do things like that. And you can set all the defaults for custom messages. Also, if you're doing API keys or any integration, you're going to have to set those and define those. On the other one, I think you saw a very long list of gender options, and something like that is also configurable here. So if we go to gender with this massive list, you can also switch it to use sex, male and female, and all of this is customizable in the UI. And add-ons, and this is the power of Drupal, is there's a lot of power in the web form module, but you can go and look for add-ons or extensions, other modules, and there's a web page, and there's lots of ways to come to this. And for example, you can go to spam protection. I'm going to go to that because I think it's one of the most common things you need to be aware. And this lists out all the different spam protection modules available. There's lots of ways to do this on Drupal.org. This is just one of them. But it's important to realize you can extend and improve it, and it's always free. There is no, unless it's a third-party service that charges, what you're getting from Drupal.org is free. The code is free. And this is just a breakdown of the types. Simply put, the types are adding behaviors and enhancing forms, new elements, new integrations, sending email, improving the workflow. I'm going to pause here. If there's questions you want me to cover or things that you want me to come back to, I'm happy to do that. And I can wrap up in less than 10 minutes talking about AI for a second. Are there any questions? I'm fine moving ahead.
Vous avez des questions? I think we have some questions. So let me grab them.
Ok, c'est juste pour savoir, Webform, c'est quelle est la version, la dernière version avec laquelle ça marche pas? Si je me rappelle bien, avec le 11, c'est pas compatible avec Drupal 11, mais c'est quelle version, en fait, la dernière version avec laquelle il marche?
C'est compatible. He asking to know where from which version is compatible with Drupal 11. I said it was compatible. I don't know if you have an idea of web. He said that in the past, webform were not compatible with Drupal 11. I don't remember. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's come through.
No, I hear you. I'm going to walk you through that because it's good to ask that question. And when you go to a project page on Drupal, and there's a lot of information here, but if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, it's going to tell you what versions of the web form module are available and what version of Drupal it works with. And this piece of information, and I'll make bigger so everyone can see it, highlights that the web form 3.0 beta 9, and hopefully there'll be an RC soon, works with Drupal 11. And the other part, if there's some caution to beta versions, you can click on the site reports to see the usage stats. And I'm clicking, it takes a second. But what this shows you is who's using what version of the web form module. And we were talking about the 6.3 branch for Drupal 11, and there are currently 80,000 sites using the module. And when you have installs that size, generally the module is considered safe to use. It is not fully covered by security because it's in a beta release, but it will be soon.
OK. Il dit que effectivement, il y avait des problèmes, mais actuellement, une version bêta qui marche bien. Et c'est ce qu'il a montré, la version bêta qui marche avec Drupal 11. Alors, pour trouver ces pages de modules, tu fais drupal.org/project/webform. Voilà. Et quand tu vas vers le bas, et il a cliqué sur les détails des modules, combien de sites utilisent ce module. How many websites using this model? Tu vas voir quelque part là-bas en bas, et si tu cliques, il va te donner ces graphiques-là. OK. Il y a une autre question? OK. Another question.
Ok, voilà, merci pour la présentation. Voilà, donc il faut dire que ma question ici, c'est bon, vraiment concernant le module Webform. C'est effectivement un module qui est excessivement volumineux, si on peut le dire ainsi. Voilà, donc je disais que le Webform, c'est un module excessivement volumineux. Et en l'installant, on a plusieurs sous-modules, voilà, qui sont interconnectés. Donc la question est que euh, quand on finit d'installer, nous avons un panoplie de modules, de sous-modules internes interconnectés à ce module. Voilà, donc quel est son apport, quel est son impact sur la base de données en fait, à long terme? Puisque après cela, il faut, après avoir mis des formulaires en ligne, il faut collecter vraiment les données. Donc, en plus des données et des sous-modules qui sont que le module en question contient, vraiment l'impact sur la base de données à long terme, c'est ce que je voudrais savoir. Ça, c'est un premier point. OK.
Mr. Jacob, he have a question. He said that the webform module come with many sub-modules. And sometimes we need to activate many sub-module. When you install it, you activate the webform module. You want to know what is the impact of all this in the database for a long time.
It's a great question and observation.
A minute.
Okay.
C'est bon?
Oh, can I go? Or?
Okay, go.
All right.
You can hear you now.
Okay. It is a great question and observation. It is a really smart thing to ask. And many years ago, the number of modules would slow down your site significantly because Drupal has to loop and look at all those modules. And that can slow down your site. As Drupal has evolved, it's gotten better at caching that information about the modules. So it tends not to have any performance impact to have those modules, more modules on your site. And one of the benefits of having these modules, they're smaller pieces of code that do one or two things. It makes it easier to test that code and check that code. And that's why there's so many submodules for features. And I'm letting it finish the talking. And having small modules is proving to be a good thing for using any AI with Drupal because AI tends to understand small things a little better. And frankly, anyone does. And I hope that answers the question.
So you confirm that there is a negative impact on the database in the future when you use many module, sub-module of webform or not?
No, it tends not to be an impact anymore.
No.
It's not a problem. You don't want to have too many modules, but it's not a big deal, especially if all those modules are working together.
Okay.
Like an example is the meta tag module has lots of submodules because it was easier to break down different meta tag integrations into individual modules. Is there any other questions? I'll try to
Pour
wrap
lui, il n'y a
up.
pas d'impact. Ta deuxième question? Oui, yes.
OK, la deuxième question est la partie Waveform Handler. Voilà, donc il faut dire que vu qu'il y a la sortie de Drupal CMS, voilà, donc à Drupal Core, on pouvait customiser facilement le Waveform Handler. Par exemple, si je prends le domaine où on fait un abonnement en ligne, vu que c'est un formulaire, on inscrit, c'est une adhésion par exemple, et il faut faire le paiement directement sur un système local, par exemple. Par exemple, un système local au pays. Du coup, vu que le Webform Handler, on ne peut pas l'interconnecter avec Drupal Commerce parce qu'il n'y a pas ces moyens de paiement dessus. Donc, il faut customiser directement le moyen de paiement en local en créant un handler pour connecter directement au formulaire Webform. Dans ces cas précis, au niveau de Drupal CMS, est-ce qu'il y a une innovation voilà, qu'on n'a pas vu passer peut-être qui pourrait nous aider à ce niveau?
On parle de Webform Handler.
Mhm.
Hi. See, his question is that in the past, you are using the Webform handler for the payment, local payment. There
Yes.
was an issue, and sometimes it's not possible to use this to solve a local system payment like just mobile payment or other thing. You don't know now with Drupal 11 there is a this issue is it handling very well in Drupal 11 or not? Because you have to use intermediate solution to handle the process of the payment, online payment.
Okay, so I can address that. So the web form module that I'm showing doesn't handle payments. There are modules out there that add payment handlers to web forms, and you have to research, and there's many out there. So if we actually go back to the web form add-on page and do a search for the word payment, there's lots of different modules that handle payments, and each one, it depends. Frankly, this is a good example where I would use a simple AI chat interface to find a module that would be handling payments in the web form module and look for a recommendation. You can browse Drupal.org in many ways. I do want to show one. I'm on this page that lists out ones, but you can also go to Build with Drupal and go to the modules page and search for web form payment. Oh, and your point I want to emphasize is you filter by Drupal 11, full project, payment, and do a search. And you'll see commerce, the commerce web form module. If you want the most robust payment system that I would almost guarantee works, it's the commerce module, and the ecosystem for that module would give you the most advanced payment. And I'm going to open them just to make a confirm this, that this is working for Drupal 11, and it was updated in last year, and it has 500 sites using it. I'm happy to answer more questions.
OK. Thank you. Je sais pas si... Alors, je ne sais pas s'il répond à peu près à ta question. Si j'ai bien compris ce qu'il veut dire, peut-être que la solution n'est pas tout de suite avec la méthode que tu utilises pour le Web Form Handler, mais il pense que tu peux continuer le problème en utilisant d'autres formes de paiement, d'autres sources, d'autres modules qui existent, tels que Drupal Commerce for Web Form, Order, qui peut résoudre ton problème. Peut-être c'est l'approche que tu utilises pour générer le système de paiement avec le Web Form Handler qui ne marche pas, je ne sais pas.
OK, donc là, je vais être un peu explicite. Puisque quand on prend Drupal Webform et Drupal Commerce, c'est exactement des modules qui sont vraiment complexes, au fait. Voilà, donc du coup, quand on veut faire des adhésions par abonnement sur un site web, on n'aura pas besoin d'un module qui est plus complexe comme Drupal Commerce pour associer. Puisque Drupal Commerce gère encore un workflow encore plus complexe jusqu'à la livraison, si on peut le dire ainsi. Alors que moi, j'ai juste besoin d'un formulaire et d'un système qui te permet de dire que non, la personne est abonnée. Et maintenant, pour interconnecter le moyen de paiement, au formulaire waveform, il faut forcément une passerelle. Et cette passerelle, elle est locale. Donc, ça dit qu'elle n'est pas en ligne comme PayPal, que Drupal Commerce utilise déjà, ou Stripe, que Drupal Commerce utilise. Alors, pour Drupal Core, les anciennes versions, ce qu'on faisait, c'était quoi? C'est quand on faisait directement un handler customisé. Donc, on rentre dans le code, on customise et on implémente notre API de paiement derrière, dans le moteur directement, et on fait appel directement au niveau du webform. Voilà, maintenant, je me demande, est-ce qu'il y a des alternatives à ça?
Mais je pense que toi, ce que tu as fait là, il faut mettre ça sur Drupal.org pour aider les gens. Tu as trouvé la solution et tu poses encore la question. And I think ton problème est complexe. On ne peut pas le résoudre tout de suite ici. Même si je lui explique ça encore, il va te donner les mêmes réponses. Mais je vais essayer. The issue is that you are using a web form and Drupal Commerce to make a system of, when I say subscription on a product, or for example, if you want to register to sci-fi cinema option is an example. You have many options. You can use the range of price you will want to pay, and after this, your submission, the process of payment is used. But in his case, he are using web form and Drupal Commerce. But he just want a form to handle the process of the payment directly without using anything, but it's not working because he want to pass through local system of payment. So you need an intermediate API to implement this solution for local system payment. He don't know if we in web form you have this kind of model who can help to implement the payment without using any other issue of or model outside the web form model submodel.
Jacob,
is it
maybe?
a submodel of web form who can be used to implement local payment like mobile payment directly?
Maybe I can speak to this for a second, because I have some thoughts as well. So because you have many local and regional providers that do mobile first payments, do you need me to wait for translation?
Yeah. You can you can answer if you have some solution to
Yeah.
to
So
give us.
because there are many different mobile providers, the whether you're using Drupal Commerce or Webform and you want to make a new payment handler to integrate with one of those local providers, one of the options, there's several different options. One option is to talk to the Drupal community. You can talk to other people in the Drupal Slack who have made payment handlers before that integrate with Webform, and they could help you to make a new payment handler for your specific local provider, your mobile payment provider that you're looking for, if it doesn't already exist, right? If it's one that doesn't already exist as a module, you can make a new add-on to Webform, and it has APIs. It has other integrations that these other modules have done that let you do that. So you have the capability to extend it, even for providers that might not exist on Drupal.org yet today. The other thing is, if there is good documentation of that local payment provider, and you have the good web form documentation on Drupal.org, an AI chatbot might be able to help sculpt how that needs to work. It might be able to generate you an initial draft of that module that you can then use to test and see if it can help solve that need for that payment handler for you. So there are options even for payment handlers that aren't on Drupal.org right now, of ways to either find human help or maybe AI help that can help you connect to your handler for a payment portal that doesn't exist today. And maybe, Monsieur Solama, maybe we should have Jacob give some of his AI examples.
Thank you.
Before.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so Jacob, why don't you start giving that last little bit of your presentation, and maybe we'll take a few more questions at the end, but I think that might help answer or at least guide some of
And maybe, you know what, why don't, I know you have to translate, so maybe just give the answer that,
Okay.
you can use
So
AI and I'll show
we can continue with the
conceptually.
presentation, and after we will see if you have other question.
I am totally free to stay on to answer any question. Tim knows I love doing that. I'm like
Thank you.
goosebumps to answer questions. You can, people could go, you could take a pause and I'll stick around and as long as you want. So anyone that wants to pick my brain, I'm fine with that. And I do think the AI stuff is really important. And I wanted to talk about it because I think it's just understanding how AI can build web forms and how you can use it with Drupal. And I want to recognize, this is important, that there are 3 current ways to use AI. A chat where you just ask a question and it gives you an answer. And that's cheap and easy to do. It's free. It's more readily available. There's something called a harness where that understands Drupal, which is very, very powerful because it's running on your machine and can generate code for you. And then there's something that people are calling agents, which I'm not going to go into. That's where they're just running around writing code, and I don't think that's appropriate right now. And the concept with AI or chat is you just need to ask questions. And I'm just using web form questions. If I wasn't here to teach you about the web form module, you could ask an AI these questions and get reasonable answers. I'll admit my questions are missing the word Drupal. So what is the web form module for Drupal is the right question. Or how do I use the web form module for Drupal? It's all about giving context. And I wanted to, and this might not work great, but I wanted to show some prompts and have 2 of them running at the same time. And I work in healthcare, and I wanted to provide a way for someone to make an appointment online. And I wrote this prompt, and I have Claude, and I'm going to go into Claude in the chat and ask it to provide me a prompt. Help me figure out how to tell AI what I want. And it's going to generate a prompt to build a web form and place it in a Drupal recipe. I'm bringing up recipes because this is the way to take forms and get them out of Drupal so that they can be reused. And it is crafting a structured prompt for Drupal. It's giving, and by the way, reading this helps a lot because it gives you guidance that you start to understand. Things become more and more familiar as you see how an AI is working on it. It's telling, by the way, it's, if you read this the right way, and you can even say, teach me how to do it. But if you read this, it's giving you information about a Drupal recipe. It's telling you that you need a YAML file. You need a config directory. It's using config actions. It's now writing out a structured prompt. Let's see if it keeps going. And I can even, I'm going to let this run and come back to one of the questions that people always ask me about web forms and approach it from an AI first approach. What is the best way to prevent spam via the Drupal web form? And this is still running. I want to emphasize. And by the way, you can do this on a web page. I'm using chat. This is, even though this looks fancy, you can go to Google or Anthropic or ChatGPT and ask these questions and get the same results. And if I say, what is the best way to prevent spam? And this response should be very quick. It's a very simple request. AIs have learned the web and know how to answer this type of question. Let's see. By the way, it knows about me, which is a funny reality. It's starting to come up with an answer. And I've done this many times, and I will say it has always come up with pretty much the right answer, which is honeypot and antibot are generally the best ways to protect against spam in the Drupal web form module. But it goes into more details and teaches you about other things. Now let's see what this looks like. This is giving me a roadmap for creating a recipe with a web form. I can actually take this, and this is switching from a chat. I asked a question and got an answer, and I'm using, it's fun to experiment with anything with AI. And in Codex, chat, OpenAI's model, I can go in and say, hey, do this. And it will start to build this recipe. It will do the work. It'll use tools to write this out. This is different than what Jamie's doing in Drupal, where he's bringing tools into Drupal. This is outside of Drupal, but this is helping me learn and build a Drupal website. Similarly, since we have a recommendation for Honeypot, you can have prompts, and let's see how they go. Oops, sorry, I want to go down. That form that I built to collect the feedback, you can give it a simple prompt, export my feedback form into a Drupal recipe called my feedback. And we open up a new chat, and I'm going to make sure that I'm going to make it fast. It is fast. And one of the perks is you can have multiple things running. So here, it just asked me to confirm it, and I say implement it. It will start writing the code. I think it's important to be aware of where things are going, that this is what AI is capable of doing. There are different levels. I think it's worth practicing, like experimenting, seeing what you can get. It is a tool to learn. And this, let's see if we get results that we're looking for. Go back. You can do a prompt now after it's been created to say, add spam protection to my recipe. And it will go and do that. It will go and install the Honeypot module and configure it. And you can, even with these prompts, you can slow it down to say, teach me how to do it. Show me what you're doing. And it did show you that it's starting to create these files. Whoop. Let's close out this one. It wrote the files. If I click here, what is very funny is they're still working on this in so many ways. Yep, that this UI keeps changing. Every time you use it, it's a little different, but this shows you that it's created a recipe. This is a definition of what's the dependencies. It took my feedback form out of Drupal and dropped it in. And at the very bottom, it just gave the recipe.yaml, the definition. I hope you start seeing some potential where you can use it as a tool. For time, I won't even show, but I want to emphasize everything I'm showing you here just works. In the latest and even some of the older models, there's some tips and tricks. It's good to have a plan. That's one of the best ways to use AI, is to say, help me plan out how to do something. In the payment instance, you could say, help me figure out how to handle this payment using a web form handler, and it will give you guidance. AIs can make mistakes, especially when they have to guess at the answers without context. Tim's example, you want the documentation. If there's any documentation and there's a URL to it, you want to include that when you ask AI for help. And I really want to emphasize this key point. Use AI as a tool to learn Drupal, not as a way to not learn Drupal. And approaching AI, it's really about just being curious and open. AI, one can see as a threat or a challenge. It's better to see it as a challenge and be open to it. And with Drupal, it's about sharing your experience. And that's it. I can take some other AI questions on how to use it. I don't know if people are using it. If you're not, the big takeaway is do some experimentation. It doesn't have to be a lot. It doesn't have to be costly. All the models have some free version that's available, and you can learn from it. They are good enough tools to learn and help you use Drupal. I can't hear the room to see, did it catch up with the translation? Oh yeah, that's good.
Yes.
It's fine. I was hearing the echo, so I was trying to time myself.
Okay. And Tim, I think that we are at the end of his presentation. Mr. Jacob, you're finished?
Yes.
Do you have something to add, or you will
Let me,
wait for our question if there is a question?
Yeah, Jacob, I'm sure, is happy to answer some more questions. Of
Okay.
course, he really likes questions. So he will take questions if you want to do that. Otherwise, that is the end of the presentations for today. So we would hand it back to you to wrap up the day.
So, Tim, est-ce que vous avez des questions? Est-ce que vous avez suivi un peu l'exposé de M. Jacob? Il a juste montré un outil qui est Wordform. Et M. Jean ici, vous savez, lui, il a expérimenté dans l'utilisation, vous avez vu ses questions. Jean, il t'a dit que dans ces cas de figure, il faut faire appel souvent actuellement à IA. Ça peut t'aider à aller vite. Mais il a aussi dit que pose des questions sur le forum. Si c'est bien fait, tu vas avoir des réponses avec des gens qui vont t'aider. OK? Je ne sais pas si tu as autre chose à ajouter. Ça peut nous aider à approfondir. OK? Voilà.
Ok, merci. Bon, je n'ai pas autre chose à ajouter. Ce que je voulais dire, c'était peut-être du côté des IA. Voilà. C'est vrai que de nos jours, nous avons des IA qui naissent, il y a d'autres qui grandissent. Vraiment, d'autres deviennent encore de plus en plus chers. Si dans le monde, nous serons en proie maintenant de l'IA, comment est-ce que nous allons travailler une fois que l'IA sera tombée? Et est-ce qu'on a la garantie que les modules que nous sommes en train de créer à travers ces IA-là, supposons que nous ayons des données confidentielles à implémenter à travers des modules et que c'est un IA qui va développer ce module pour nous, qu'est-ce qui nous garantit réellement que ce module sera confidentiel vu que les données sont stockées, les données de l'IA sont stockées. Donc, ils sont réutilisables, piratables. Voilà. Donc, quelle est la garantie de l'utilisation de ces modules générés par l'IA dans ce contexte de Drupal qui est, que nous sommes en train de vouloir introduire dans le domaine gouvernemental ou institutionnel carrément. Voilà, quel est ce...
I think that Mr. Jean here have a big issue. He want to understand something. If one day it's come that the IA tool we are using break down, how become the sustainability of the model we are using, and which guarantee we can have as we want to introduce here to government people for the security level that the model we use with AI to develop model as protected and confidential for the use in government team. Which is this guarantee we can have?
The guarantee, I want to get more clarity on the question. The guarantee that AI will do secure code, or the security of the web form module, which is driven by the Drupal community? It's important. I should address the code in open source is as secure as the community makes it. In the Drupal community, we take security very seriously and have a security team working together, and everyone contributes to the security. One of the biggest benefits to Drupal out of the box, what you get is it's very secure to start with. The APIs, the templates, how you're building things is secure. And the goal is to build on top of that. With AI, you cannot trust AI to make things secure. It is on the human to make it secure. We can only tell AI we want it to be secure. I hope that answers the question.
This is why when Jacob said, use AI to help it teach you, it can build for you, but you have to learn alongside. You have to watch what it does. You have to read the code it produces. You can't trust it blindly, but it can do a very good job as long as you are watching it carefully and reading and reviewing and understanding it yourself. And the community can help you, right? So as you're working with other people, if you contribute back to Drupal.org, it won't just be AI. It'll be other community members who are working and looking at that The security team might be involved, all of these things. So there is assistance that comes from the community in learning how to make the output of code secure. And this is a great example. Jacob is showing the Drupal AI Learners Club, which is something you can look for. And they're showing tons of information. AI changes every day, but they're trying to keep up with it and explore how to use it with Drupal.
Yeah, just to add, Tim, to what you're saying, there are lots of Drupal meetups that are now online where people are getting together to talk about Drupal. And if you, Tim, I think, is it events.drupal.org or meetup.drupal.org?
No, it's drupal.org/community/events is the one you want. So it's also the second link on your search.
Oh. And it's a really great opportunity for you to meet people that are active in the Drupal community. Your camp is listed here, but then there's upcoming camps, and sometimes they are online on Zoom, and if you ask to record the transcript, no one's going to say no. Generally, people are very open to it, and you can then have have translation working in the background. It's a great opportunity to learn at these events. I'll take more questions, Tim. I don't know if you have to drop. I don't want to. And I think other people.
Yeah. I just want to clarify with the room the point of view of our attendee. So for him, I try to understand. I know that you give a part of the answer for him. You don't want to, you don't advise her to trust by head AI, but we have to control and to look into the code he produced for hers. That is the point. Yes. So that can help to eliminate this the issue of bad code that we can bring into a government. So to clarify this point of view with the attendee and to understand if we share the same level of understanding of your answer. Tu vois un peu ce qu'il a dit? Je ne sais pas si ça répond un peu à ta question. Pour lui, on ne peut pas garantir une sécurité d'un code venant de IA. Mais si le code est fini, tu le prends dans IA, avant d'aller l'utiliser, il faut le soumettre à des tests. Il te dit, par exemple, au niveau de la communauté, tu peux le soumettre dans les tests. Pour lui, c'est vrai, IA est fort pour faire du travail, mais il ne faut pas le croire aveuglément. Donc, si tu mets un prompt et que tu as un résultat, tu peux prendre ça, toi-même travailler ou travailler avec la communauté pour rassurer. Par exemple, le formulaire Waveform, il n'est pas développé par IA. C'est des gens qui l'ont développé. Mais aujourd'hui, on peut utiliser Waveform pour faire d'autres choses ajoutées. Mais chez eux, ce qu'ils proposent, ce n'est pas de prendre directement le code qui sort de IA pour aller l'utiliser directement sur un site sans l'avoir éprouvé, sans l'avoir contrôlé, sans l'avoir testé. Voilà un peu ce qu'ils donnent comme réponse. Voilà. Ça répond à une petite partie de ta question, mais pas totalement. Voilà. Maintenant, tu peux dire quelque chose à ajouter, et puis voilà, on va essayer de libérer les gens, et puis c'est bon? D'accord. Donc, c'est à peu près ça l'idée. Donc, en fait, ici, je partage un peu ton idée, cette inquiétude. Moi, je ne suis pas trop IA. Ça, c'est clair. Parce que pour moi, d'abord, IA tue la créativité des jeunes développeurs. Parce que pour moi, IA doit être utilisé par un expert qui connaît son domaine. Il utilise IA pour aller vite. Mais toi, tu ne maîtrises même pas les choses. Tu donnes à IA, il développe un code que tu ne comprends pas. Tu vas vérifier quoi dedans. Mais par contre, quand tu es un expert en développement qui comprend les choses, qui connaît le code, quand tu soumets quelque chose à IA, tu peux contrôler et puis voir ce qui se passe dedans. Pour moi, IA, oui, mais à un certain niveau d'utilisation. Par exemple, je prends un exemple. Ceux qui sont dans la communication, on dit à un jeune de faire un discours, il rentre dans IA et dit, fais-moi un discours. Prends-lui, mets-lui devant un ordinateur, dis d'écrire un discours. Le français qui va parler, tu ne sais pas d'où il vient avec. Donc là, il y a un problème. IA c'est bon, mais c'est mieux pour les experts. Moi, c'est mon point de vue. Je ne sais pas si tout le monde partage ça dans la salle, puisqu'il y en a qui disent non, avec IA, on peut devenir riche vite. Mais comment? Ce n'est pas de la magie. Si toi, tu écris des discours avec IA, le jour où IA n'est pas là, tu écris comment? Ça répond un peu à la partie de ta question. Si on développe qu'avec IA, le jour où IA tombe, on fait quoi? So the point here for us, we think that we can use AI for development, but we suggest that this to be used by some kind of people like expert, not beginner.
Yeah.
Beginners should look into care the code before understanding the code, and after that they can use AI to improve their development. If not, they will send their time to use AI and didn't understand well how things are doing, and they expected that AI will do everything for her. So this is the advice we are trying to say. AI is good for someone who know what you want to go and what you are looking for. But if you are a beginner, it's more interesting to use the code first, to understand the code, and after you can improve using AI. This is what we are trying to share in the room.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if Mr. Jacob have another thing to add, or Tim himself, you have something to add. If not, I think that this is the last session of the day.
Yes.
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 Jacob,
so, Tim,
do you want to say something?
Have you some word to add?
Okay, well then, in that case, I just want to say thank you to everyone who has been so kind and so attentive throughout a long day of listening to us talk. And I really appreciate being invited to participate, and I'm very grateful to all the speakers who have joined me. And they've joined from all over different parts of the world and different parts of the country in the US and all sorts of things. I'm looking forward to supporting you tomorrow as well. But just thank you very much for having us, and I hope you have a continued successful day, and again tomorrow.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Yes. Thank you all. It's a pleasure. Okay. I'm going to drop Tim. Bye.
Alors, voilà. Donc, nous arrivions à notre dernier module de la journée qu'on avait prévu de voir. Je pense qu'on va clôturer la journée d'aujourd'hui qui était longue et endurante. C'était une journée de présentation des cas d'utilisation, de ce que Drupal peut faire et de qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire ensemble quand on est en communauté. On a vu un dernier module qui est le Workform, et c'est le créateur même du module qui nous a entretenus sur son module. Il a juste donné quelques exemples d'utilisation. Il n'est pas rentré dans les détails. Au début, Tom t'a dit qu'il est trop rapide. Bon, parce que lui, ce n'est pas pour nous former, mais c'est pour nous montrer ce que ça fait. Demain, on aura quelques sessions, mais on aura une session pratique. Comment déployer un site web Drupal. Voilà. Et les sessions sont intéressantes quand on a des personnes qui ont déjà l'expérience, qui posent des questions, et ça nous permet de comprendre. Voilà. Donc, sans plus attendre, Tim, if you have something to say to close the days, you can say. If not, I can take, we will close today because the issue of power and other things, we are so tired.
Yes, yes. No, that's all for today. Just again, thank you, thank you. You've done wonderful things together already. We're so grateful that you listened. And we're
Thank
so
you.
grateful that
On peut vous applaudir aussi pour vous, hein, parce que là, franchement, ça a été dur. Ouais. Merci, merci. On se voit demain à partir de... C'est 9h toujours, hein? C'est 9h, hein? Voilà, à partir de 9h. Mais si vous venez à partir de 8h30 pour s'installer, ça nous permet de commencer à 9h00. Bon, j'avais demandé aussi ceux qui peuvent avoir un peu de méga dans leur téléphone, ça va nous aider. Ce n'est pas trop sûr qu'on aura assez de connexion pour tout le monde. On va essayer, mais si vous pouvez nous aider, même 1 giga ou 2 gigas sur ton téléphone, ça peut aider Au cas où nous n'arrivons pas à satisfaire tout le monde, au cas où nous n'arrivons pas à